Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So, going to be a little different today. I'm going to try working at a higher resolution than I usually do. This might end up being more of a sprite or a simplified model where I don't do a lot of deformation, but we'll see. That's up in the air. Either way, I'm going to be working on Ina, and I'm going to be working with her NV look from was it Total Taco Takeover? Taco Infinite Takeover, that's what it was. But without further ado. Oh, I'm a little off. I decided to go a bit higher resolution today. Now, let me actually just stop being decapitated for a minute. Okay. It would help. There we go. Oui. Ah. Don't you like it? E. Have you wanted to ever see a higher resolution version? What about the eye movements? I think they match up all right. Okay. I spent slightly more time than I should have on this one, but yeah. By that I mean like an hour instead of a half hour. Anyways, without further ado of what horrors I made, Ina, or Ina, as it may be, one of Halivian's first girls, and just going to go through a few of them because she has a yes. I did kind of go like, oh yeah, this feels like orange, or the annoying orange, but yes. uh, so I don't have a full reference sheet. I think there was one in an art book somewhere, but I don't have that. Aren't going to be using this, but is her base design. And I don't have all her designs up because she has like about 7 right now. This is the one she generally lives in, it feels like. Which is base same model. And this is her newest one that she actually did make. Or at least designed for herself. I don't know if she did the art for it. Quite possible she did the art for it. Can never tell anymore. And this is the best I got from the NV. Somebody had posted it. Ina did not post it herself, but these are the ones that she made based off of, I think it was Bones designs. But, yeah. So, I just need to break down before I get into... Actually, oh, this is up right now. Can I minimize it? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Actually, I should probably also bring in... Yeah, let me just set that up quickly. And I'll even throw it on screen because it'll be easier than trying to figure out otherwise. Let me minimize this for a second because sometimes this acts weird. Good morning. I'm a bit high resolution today. Okay. This is going to be relevant to what I'm going to try to do with this model, mostly because this is all based off the MV. Where did I save those to? It might just be sitting in downloads. Might just be sitting in refs. They are sitting in refs. Let me move these GIFs to proper location for streaming. But yes, I'm working on Ina today off her MV design. And I am going to be working at higher resolution. So I figured I'd work at higher resolution. Well, being higher resolution. Storage on stream. I had a folder for that. Well, I'm just going to make a folder for that. Come over, my GIFs. Oh, that's fine. I am third monitor content at best. Okay, let me just So, this is relevant and not just filling up my screen with lots of GIFs, because I want her to at least swish out that much, because we have the movement already. What does this one give us? Probably not so much. Honestly, it's really easy in OBS to just drop stuff in. I just want to make sure they're in the right folder so they don't like display stuff. Yeah, we'll get the third one in here in a second. I just want to... Yes. I'm... Okay. Last one. Get in here. I may or may not attempt to do the strobe eyes. I have ideas how I would do it. But, okay. We got this in here. So, just get in here. Things I want to do with this model. So, it might be of her basic A-frame pose. I say A as like she has her legs apart, power pose, or stance, whatever you want to call it. But as for actual movement on this, because I'm going to be attempting to probably do more sprite or pixely. So, it's hard having all these up. It's not hard because honestly, I just need to have the pupils or irises be masks instead of actual irises. And I can have the normal one move around, and then I can have the strobe effect just attached. And then switch off the normal eyes and have the strobe one go on like the 3s or something. The only issue is that I won't be able to show it in Cubism because it's a little weird with animations. I'd have to make the animation file outside of it, or I think I could possibly do it in the animator. Then import it as an idle just to see that, and I couldn't like just let it do pose stuff. But I'd be able to check it at the very least. Anyways, so just to get all the things out on paper, boop. Ina, things I want to accomplish as shown by some of the, oops, I moved, keep that a little bigger. So I want to have a little bit of left and right movement. So at the very least, I'm going to have the body segmented, possibly in the middle, and definitely at the waist. Now, Ina wears a very short dress, so I can cheat at some of that movement. But for the hair swishing, as I'm going to attempt to be doing this more sprite-based, I'm going to have to dissect the hair up some amounts. So probably going to have one that is just, the standard hair. One that is a split. And then I'm going to have to mirror the pieces. Like just the start of it, and probably one that is like quartered. To get the most amount of movement. Or possibly even more. And that'll give us a nice thing as long as I do that. Possibly even just like eighth it down at the lower half. Speaking of 8, that's an 8. There's a lot of 8 puns in there. Because, you know, octopus. The only other things I don't know about doing the stippling, as you could, which is weirdly consistent but not consistent. So you can see some of the stippling here for the tone, and some on here, and here. It's like it's not over here, but it is sometimes. Legged kind of is. So that's something I'm going to have to work on. Now, for the head wings, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to best flap them. I want to avoid doing the rotations. As I said, this is going to be more sprite-based. And I could do rotation easily. I just throw a rotator on there, or I just throw a transformer warp on there, and I just, you know, do the rotate to do the little movement thing. But I think I'm going to do different sprites for the main ones. The outer ears didn't quite, or the outer wings didn't quite move as much as the inner ones in the MV, but may want to have them do a little bit just so that they're quote-unquote alive. I might want to take in some of this and just do an oil splash in the background and do the same thing with Sheena and mask it in to everything but the outline. And that could work for some things. It'll be absolute hell for trying to split it up, but I will try and do it. Or I might just keep it as oil slick in there and call it a day. The only other thing I can think of is just how much movement I want to have, and as the gifts show, we have some. I want to try the left and right. I probably want to try a bit of the hip sway, so this is the battle plan. Normal head, maybe I give it 2 directions on there. Oops. Because a little bit of this lean sort of thing would be fun. I could largely keep the hair the same and just move it down. I might have to do a little bit of adjustment, but easy enough to copy and paste. So we have one head form that I'm going to end up mirroring, where it turns a little bit like this on turning left and right. And oops, I wish the gifts were in here. I mean, I could put them in here. As for body, definitely going to have it segmented into 2 at the very least. Legs, I'm not sure on. And I think I might want to even, because that middle one right there has the hips kick up to the left, so something like this. I know this isn't like showing too well, but now that said, do I want to do full power stance or not? I don't think it quite works as cutely in full power stance, so I might want to keep the legs more as they are on the chibi little gifts. Honestly, that one on the right middle, I mean not on the middle of the screen, the third one on the right, there we go. This one right here, because I can at least overlay that. This might be the best candidate for all the movement I want, and then having this as a head lean or face lean left and right. Which Ina is asymmetrical because of the beauty mark, so that'll be interesting. Yeah. I think that's the battle plan. Want to give it up to have max hip movement, possibly even 5 stages of it. We have normal, we have hips move out a little bit, and then we have, you know, the hip going out like that. And if I keep that so that it merges into the body right, I don't need to do a lot of work. Legs can stay the same. We don't even have too much steps going on in the gifts. So, might skip on that today. We'll see. I love doing my steps, so we'll see how much I want to hurt myself today. So, with that said, this is going to be at 32 proportion for head size. So we have 32, Ina lives at about a 6, I live at about a 6, so we're going to be doing that. As for width, Let's go with 7 today. I think I might need a little bit at the edges. So 32 times 8, give me a little up and down. The crown is going to add definitely a lot more to that. And we're off to the races. Okay, let me first off get a grid down here. 32, 32, and hit the magic button. There we go. No, 64. I almost did it again. $64 times 7, 64 times 8. Okay, there we go. Now this is properly huge and unwieldy. Put these up to 32s. Not 32, 64. I'm going to be doing this a lot. I am so locked into 64. There we go. That looks properly. So as I said, head is about that. Did this even go? Okay, it goes up to 64. I am saved. Okay, so got that. And then we're going to have the head. How much is the head? The crown. The crown is roughly, as he extends his arm to do the artist thing, half her head size. So about up to here, we'll say. She lost her little, let's move this all the way over. That's about half the size going off here, so the more slug-like flaps, they're not ears. Mine are ears. The hair wings well, I guess they are literally hair wings, are going about... I almost want to say a full head width over. They're kind of huge. Maybe a little bit more. They come in... Got to keep the... Yeah. This has to keep its definition. So let's do this. They go out and they come up. Because the silhouette's really important on these. I'll have to fix them up later. They're a lot more pointed at the top. But silhouette, very important. Okay. And here. And here. Dip here. And just connect the dots. There you go, script. Not hard. And we can do a little 3 feather here. The typical thing. And then make sure the chicken wing's covered up. Here, the other one is mostly on the face, and her hair is coming out about middle level. I'm just going to switch to the purple so that I actually have something sane to work with. Now, I'm going to go more with the chibis because, yeah. This is a little too far out, though it's kind of... We're kind of still going more in line with this. This is dramatic and all that, but can't live with it. I really wish I brought one of them into here. Actually, can I? Should be able to. Let me grab this one. There we go. So, sizing this up, this is the not flaring out that much. I know the head's absolutely going to destroy proportion-wise, but keeping in line with that, and I say we keep it here without it going out. What length is this? I know she has really long hair in this. I'm going to say it's probably more on her standard, so it's about knee height, which is about down here. So that said, ease it out. Ease it out. And something like that. And just put a few slits in there. We'll probably go more with it looking like this, where it has like 3, I think it had in there. Definitely have to show this part right here, but maybe a few in the middle. But anyways, there we go. Now back to the rest of it. So this is Puffy. Wish I had a better shot of it. Excuse me for 1 second as I mute my... We have her prayer one. That just comes for free. Do we get a shot of Ina just standing in the Bones animation? Like a full shot of her just standing. That isn't the full artwork, because I want to have her arms off so that I can get a basis of her design. So I want to see how the top of that blouse dress, whatever you want to call it, works. More, that isn't like extreme angle. Okay, this might be best we get. Okay, so she has that across the middle of her chest, which is probably kind of in line with right there. It just matches up enough. So we have this big one that looks kind of fur boa-ish, I want to say. Okay, never mind. It's more of a simplification of the puffy sleeves. But what exactly is going on with that? I guess we'll just keep it as black. Don't have to think too hard. Okay. Anyways, back to this. So, got her neck here. Yeah, it looks like it's a collar that goes all the way up to her neck from this one. So that's going to be interesting. Either way, whoops. Either way, get out here, get the puffiest of sleeves. Let me do the body first, or else I'm going to be lost in the sauce. About down here, standard-ish. Except, you know, I have a pixel budget of yes. That's going to be 4 times the work. Okay, so puffy sleeves. And I can about go 16 for arms. I mean, still anime girls stick like proportions, and I mean, Ina isn't exactly... I don't think she would say otherwise, anyway, for how it really would go. I guess I don't want to do 2s. This just doesn't feel right. So going to be something like 3s, maybe 4s going down. And she is wearing gloves, and those sleeves do flare out. So, going to say, like, right about here. I think that gets about what we need. And I'll probably steal from her normal hand pose. Does she keep that? Yeah, she keeps that. Reuse the base sprite as much as, or base model as much as possible. Save yourself a little bit of money. And then we'll just have to go in there. Either way, her main dress is basically hugging as tight as it can, so I can just go off here and start doing the legs. Which is going to be rather interesting. I say that as I think one of these are more overlapping. Anyways. Give a little. Whoops. Actually, I can make that purple. Yes. Go that. Dip in. Now back to eraser. And I guess they go with kind of high heel, so not exactly pigeon-toed, but in this one, they're right up against each other. We'll kind of avoid that. And then we raise the foot a little bit. And that's the basic silhouette and rough. Now, I'm going to have to make note of this has to be cut right here, definitely at the waist if I want to get the movement at. I may have to subdivide it. And the full extent of the movement is going to be like out here. And then a possibly hip check like right here. So it would be like, put this off for a second. So that looks about right. May have to move legs for that. Oh, yeah, might have to move legs for that. But we have our basic tilt and then our extreme tilt going in. So it looks like we might have to like move one leg over behind for this. So that might have to go in. Oh, but it should be rather easy. If I do properly split them, I'll just have to keep one dominant leg, and I might have to do something with the feet. Maybe even do the little idle thing, which I did with like Sheena's, where, you know, it goes like this. Something of that nature. Hair divisions, I might have to divide it more than I think. Because effectively I get 1 pixel of movement every hair division. So given how large it is, like moving 2 pixels is nothing. So that's the amount of difference I get when I have it moved 2 pixels. That's unnoticeable. So I might have to slice up that hair a lot. I was thinking I wouldn't... I was thinking too small scale originally, and thinking that I need to... Like, I get 1 split and I move this over a pixel, which would be noticeable on like a 16 call, but on this one, it's like nothing happens. It'll be very fine grain. So I might be able to get away with like slicing this 16 times down here, and then just using whatever I need at the moment to move it across. Also going to put the little bit of whoops. Oh, yeah. Hair slit right there. We probably would need like 2 more, maybe 1 more in the middle. Something of that nature. Anyways. Okay, I think that's proper rough. Yep. Okay, I think we're to the part where it's just going to be begin the pain. Now, how pale is this Ina? I mean, they're VTubers, and this is practically white. It is slightly in the yellow range, but that's practically a white. Overall, they use very high saturation for most of the other stuff. Either it's black, there's a little bit of gradient going on, but it is saturation for pretty much everything that is not a dark color. So I want to keep that over. It may not match this style that Ina actually did herself, but we'll live. Okay. Anyways. Actually, should probably save this. So let me push the magic button. I should actually get the magic button set up. Storage. Models. Not more ball. Models. Ina Taco Takeover. Ina. Alright, boop. Okay, back. So, it was roughly about over here. This is about going to be the only thing that's not saturated right. That's about in 95s. And our pale priestess from the stars. Not actually, but pretty much. Okay, how much do we want to go? So this is rather round, keeping with cute character. A little bit, but overall. Keeping with cute, soft. Oops, I should put on this. The savior of all this. Just give a little bit of chin. Go out to about here. And then I'll round the heck out of it. Okay, let's fix up some of the jaggies here. And blend it in a bit better. Okay, chin's going to be painful. Okay. I'm on rough. Well, pain. Okay, let me just copy this real quick, and then go backwards. Base. Boop. Terrible to undo. Okay. I was wondering why the black was disappearing when I was changing things. Let's make her a little more mature, i.e. give her a little more jaw. Yeah, truly. So... real bad when you do it traditionally. The question is, how do you do Ron layer traditionally? Okay, I think that's about where I want. Okay, as for eyes, they are very round. They're even rounder than her normal VTuber model. That's entering Meguka's suffering. When you have the long ones, yes. Yep. I have not played with cells. I have only lived with my little light pad. And cheap paper. I refuse to use expensive paper. Yeah, these are... it's definitely a little off of her normal design. That's probably closer, but... Hop over here. But yeah, she's definitely going off of this more than her normal design. So, let's do the same. Let me grab eye whites. Which you can barely tell. Hello! Yes, welcome to the stream. I'm just going to warn you that this is going to probably be 6 to 8 hours long. But yes, I am working on Ina from HoloLive, trying to do a little fan pixel model of her MV, though it's slightly different today. And because I'm doing higher resolution, I'm higher resolution. For worse or worse. Okay, anyways. So let me just get this out. Basic thing says eyes are an eye apart. And let's keep this a little more on the manic side. So this is a good shape probably going to go with. Either way, enjoy your stay. So the outline is basically this. Oops. Which isn't too far off normal eye, but it gives us something to work with because it says that it dips down and goes up, and this stays mostly the same, basically, box. By that I mean I can literally start here, carve this off. I will refine it later. Slightly dip down, carve that off, carve that off, and we basically arrive there. Now the eyelashes are going to do a lot for this. Get about here. But yes, don't know, because this is slightly experimental. Usually I work in 16 by 16. This is a 32 by 32 for like head size and proportions. So this is a lot larger than normal. And I'm not going to be... We'll see. I'm planning on not doing a bunch of warps for this because I want to only practice on messing up one part of the process. In the live 2D section where I will animate it, but I'm still going to be doing what I usually do, which is I'm going to have my half blinks, I'm going to have my mouth, I'm probably going to put in at least O, because I mean that's there for the phonics, and minimal physics for the hair, possibly. We'll see, but it's going to be interesting. Anyways. Move these down a little bit. Ina is a little on the lolly side, so... Okay, I just missed the edge. I was terrified for a second. Okay. So the cheapest way to do that is basically... Pro tip. Humans have their eyes go around here because it's in the middle, so therefore you kind of want to have the eyes. You tilt the head in whatever direction, the eyes don't have any weirdness. Anime girls, true whores. If you want to make them look younger, you put your eye line basically down more like this. Gives huge forehead. You can make them older by either two methods from there. Make the eyes be a little less high, or move it up and get rid of that forehead. Ina, however, keeps, like, took me a while to realize this, but yeah, her middle of head, even if you go like let's take like the edge of the hair off. Like say her head's about like right here. Say the top of her head's right about there. That's still not the middle here. And that's what keeps her looking like young, cute, is that the eyes are down more. A way on drawing this that I've done before is effectively... Truly. I've done in like actual drawing of this sort of thing, is that I do all my normal proportions for like, here's the main cranium bit, and then I go about a third down for the jaw or whatever, and then I figure out my eye line. And I generally draw with the top on there because, you know, cute characters. And then I just shave off the jawline. And like half it. And you get about the same effect as this. But yes. Okay, anyways, going back. So, keep the eye white there for a second. I'm going to name it left and right for later. Left eye white. Now I'm going to put the eyelashes on there so I can have something to work with and actually differentiate it from there. So left eyelash full, because if I'm going to do blinks, I'm going to need a middle one. So I'm going to have this one, going to have it go like here, and then have full eye closed. That's actually what I have currently on this model, if you've noticed. Might be hard to see because it's rather quick, but it does a lot for the final product. So, are we going with pure black? I guess we're kind of going with pure black, or at least close to it, as possible. Which is a far cry from this nice noble purple. And rule 1, don't work in pure black. So I'm going to stray just a bit away from pure black. I'm going to use this color. I'm going to drop it down to about 10. And I think that'll be nice to work with. Usually I do these at like 2 pixels, but I think I might be able to get away 4. How outlined are the... Yeah, there. That is very much on that. And check on this. Yeah, more is better. So let's start at a 4 and see how good, bad it looks. And cover up the edge of the white. Is it manic enough? Okay. Let's round out the eye white a little bit more. So up about here. Pull it back, but otherwise we're going to be keeping that. Okay. Round 2. So take this color, drop its luminosity by 10. Putting it at 6. And I was going to work with 4. Let's try that. And for this round... put corner on there. The worst thing / best thing about art is that you kind of have to wing it. Okay, how far does it go down? Okay, we have on Ina doing her own art, giving, at least in that one, I wish I had better, down a little bit, which follows more of her normal model, except it doesn't dip in, it just goes straight down. So let's do that. So something like this, and as for eyelashes actually going out, which is still the funniest thing once you realize how eyelashes work. When I say that, I mean like, eyelashes are drawn like this, They are literally like this. They go out like that. Funniest thing to me. Anyways, it looks better though. This doesn't have any. This has 1, 2, 3 gull wings on it. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's give it a bit more detail. I have the pixels to work with today, so I better use them. Okay. Possibly move this out one more, which I need to be careful with, because if that's right on the edge, that's right on the edge. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move this in a little bit so that I can lie and say that it's going like that. Okay, let's just thin this a little bit going down to give ourselves a nice little point. Does that have the right feel? It doesn't feel round enough. Okay. Let's undo that. Drop this in. Maybe put 2 pixels there. No, going out too far. Main way I solved this problem is that I put an extra few pixels. So why I'm doing this is that Live 2D kind of fights on things sharing an edge. So more often than not, you don't want to share an edge on the pixel level. Maybe it might be different because, you know, I'm working... Whoops, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Working at such a high, larger pixel count, but we'll see. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Does she give herself lower eyelashes? Just slightly, which means just a bit of pain here. So we can go too high. And just as I said before, make sure that the edge is covered. And possibly give a little bit of idea that there are lashes on there. I think that works. A little goth, maybe. But she's practically living at pure white for this. So, okay. Left eye. Now, this is where I'm going to make or break a few things. So I'm going to call this base. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have the outline of the eye, which oddly enough is yellow. Which I might keep on here. I know in here they have blacks, but I might just keep that yellow. We'll see. Let me move this over. Okay, here we go. Mouse. So this one right here. That might mess with it. I'm not sure. Okay. I talked myself out of it. I'm going to go with pure black. And I like this size, keeping about manic. So I've said before, the general way, because anime girls' eyes are so big, is that they have them be like that. So that you can have it like move up and down and it doesn't seem so disconcerting, because when you have it like that, that's entering manic. Because you get the whites of the eyes above and below. That means like, as far as human brain ape says, eye open wide, I want kill, or thing want kill you. And we'll live at that level because this is a very manic Ina. Now then, I'm going to have a mask here that's going to let me work with boop, boop. By having that, I'm going to use this to cut through to whatever style of eye I'm using, so I can have the strobe effect, or I can have her standard eye here. So let's work on standard eye. And this can extend a little bit past this, but it'll be masked to it. Now then, I like the yellow out rims on the side of it. It was very interesting. Anyways, so let's keep up with that. And I'm going over the edge because, as once again, Live 2D hates pixel artists. We are not their target audience. Okay. Actually, yeah, I can just copy over this. Okay. I'm complicating things for myself. And that will give me the yellow rim that I like on there, because it's odd, therefore it works. Okay. And then we want to have her standard sort of purple. Well, it's more purple. And as I was saying before, I'm going to be going off of... Does she have grayscale mouth? 1 second. Not in that one she doesn't. Okay. In that one she does. It is definitely... Okay. So... This, it is more of a dead meat gray, but in a later one, which I think it just... Yeah, in this one that I'm using over here as reference, not so much. I think I'm going to lean more towards what Ina is doing, so that is a grayscale mouth. Okay, interesting. I probably will push it more towards a purple because of her basic color scheme. But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, she usually doesn't have that. I can't show because none of her references have her mouth open, but Okay, anyways. Where was I? Yes, saturate the heck out of this. 255. Find the purples. Okay, now all this, the rest of this is just going to be based on how I shade it. So it's a little, it has a little thing of yellow at the bottom, so I will keep that. And then go over here with the, over this with the lighter one, over this with the darker one. Whoops. Do I have continuous off? I have continuous off. I was doing things. Okay, I didn't change it. Drop this to like 15. Oops. Possibly make it a bit more blue. Whoop. Drop it to 20. Nope, still a little too... Drop the saturation a bit. Maybe I'm going a little too ham on that. Bring this up to 30. I'm right on the saturation, but I might be pushing it too much. This needs to be a lot brighter. Say about 60. Yes. And then we had a bit of yellow down here at the bottom of highlight. Not a thing I'd go with, but it's here. So let's keep that about 60. Keep it in the 80s range. And we're just going to rim the bottom with that. Note that this extra pixels on the edge will not be there. Okay. And something like that. And because I have the pixels and all that, I'm going to try and blend these. So let's drop this this hue by 20. So 255. And let's shift this over by 10. So 269. No, a little too much. I think I'm just going to be better off darkening it. So 50. And then I'm going to do a little bit more darken around the edges so that it doesn't look so harsh. Drop that down to 25. Boop. Boop. $40. Boop. Boop. Actually, this is a little... That might be the better color for there. Yeah, that's a better color for there. And maybe contract eye a little bit. There we go. And in the styling of this, let's go with the yellow highlight. Okay, let's turn this off for a second. Boop, boop. A little sickly. But remember, once again, we will have a black outline around this, just to dummy it up. It'll be something like this. So that is how it works. Bop. Bop. Maybe too much of the yellow down there. I think the rim will work fine. Okay, that was a good test. So drop that down to the 50s. Turn on that again. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Okay. Brain tells me to also do the proper dip into the pupil, which is a thing. I know I'm baking in the there we go. I'm baking in the shine, which probably shouldn't, but hey, pixels. Okay, now that we have that, I think I will not touch... I should have been doing the body first. Oh well, I'm mixing these up. So I'm doing all the flats of the head first, then I'm going to switch to body. At some point, I'm going to flip these in my speedrun tracker, but yeah, is what it is. Okay. I'll save face detailing to try to do the strobe effect. I need to give her ears, which are going to go behind the head. Left ear. And Ina has ears. You can see it in... Oh, you can't actually see it in this one. Let's go off this, so it's roughly eye size. So I can go, let me just dip this a smidge, 85, there we go. So, about here. Normal girl ears. Haven't you seen them before? And bring these up, because that, once again, makes it cute, because where eye level is how much we approximately age with cute, young, however you want to go off that. Okay, I think that works. Now, actually, I think, are we going to consider the hair, wings, part of head or not? Or part of face? I'm going to say no, that's going to be part of hair. I will, however, make the crown. And I will put these in their own folder. So this is eye group. And this is head group. We'll get back to you later. Okay. Oop. Let me pop knee back in. Okay, you're fine. Okay, crown. Because Ina lost her standard little this in Halo. She went Cult of the Lamb on here, though it has the 5 bits on there, which I'm going to take as important. And it has blue on the inside, which I'm going to have to remember. But otherwise, it is in the ivory range, a little yellow, which gives it that organic feel. So we have to drop this luminosity down just a little bit. Push up the saturation to like about 50, 40. So it just has a touch of color. And then we drag it into this range. So there we go. That is a slightly eggshell color. It's a lot thinner than what I have it as. So let's go with here. And then we have it flare out. Like so. This come together. Boop. And then I'm just going to use this to clover it. Yeah, okay, I'm going to just keep it at the same size. Make sure the dips are there. And then just going to do this. Okay, these do go down and they do a bit of like so. Make it slightly bigger. There we go. And now I need to have a dark blue but highly saturated, so I'm going to start here. Rank that up to 255. And then I'm going to do that. There we go. I'll outline it later when we get back to this. Anything else I need to do to face? Of course, I need to actually give her mouth. So, whoops. Keep it manic. So she definitely is going with wide mouth here. She is still having her moe feign. And like as we can see here, this is wide mouth. Ina is generally not so wide. So go out to edges of mouth, or to edges of eye, which I'm going to say is this one right here. Actually, one second. I want to just there we go. Actually, here. Perpetual touch-ups. Okay. So, as per usual, I like to throw phonics into this, which means I'm going to make 3 sets of open mouth, which is going to be standard open mouth. That is your standard open mouth, just her opening it. Technically, it would be the ahs, the E mouth, which I go with, and the O mouth. And I think that gives enough variety that I don't have to worry too much. But all of them start with a closed mouth, which I am going to make by dropping hue and saturation on this by 10 each, which gives me this color. Now I need to make this like 2s. And as I said, actually, let's go with neutral. I will actually link this to smiling. Excuse me. 2 mouth forms. And go about here. Yeah, that seems fine. Duplicate that. And now when you're above the 50 plus mark on smiling, we will have this go up to match that sort of smile, which is very much a smile, so. As I said before, manic is the goal. I think this is a bit manic. Actually, I will put these out 2 more. 2 whole pixels. Amazing. Okay. You know, while I'm here, you do not want to see the priestess do this. You've hit, I can't do the Japanese fun, but it was a Japanese word where they replaced the end part with die. Okay. We got that. Let's stick with smiling because, cute. Always work on cute with anime girl. Unless you're supposed to be doing sexy, but that's out of my wheelhouse. Okay, nose. Noses are terrible eldritch monstrosities, and oh boy, doing them. I mean, like, just how much work it'll be to properly make one of these. My god, who properly makes noses on anime girls? Okay, I think I'm about done. Do I just want to do 2 dots? Most are. It's like it just... It's what you do. I mean, she also... Oh! I can't forget that. Ooh, that's something I cannot forget. Let me grab this. Let me go down to face before I forget. Let me push this up a little bit in saturation, so... Or in luminosity, so 16. Sure. Now, that'll come later, but I can't forget the beauty mark. Just a bit manic. Perfect. Okay. Alright, so we have that. I'll keep this as is. I'll do the detailing later to give the rest of the mouths and eye blinks, but for now that's going to be good because I just want to move on to the rest. Hair will come in and I'll do all the rest of this because that's technically part of hair. We have this come down, but anyways, okay. Let me hit the button and these are backwards, so I'm now working on body. And because of that, that means I've thrown on the neck because that makes complete sense. Actually, this is mostly going to be covered up, but I still am going to put it in there just in case. So I'm going to grab the darker color and I'm going to drop it once again by 10. Still going to keep some saturation on this, so let's put that about 8. And necks need to be longer than what you're working with because everything just makes sense with that. I might have put down the shoulders too much. It should be like a 1/3 down. So that's right about here. Let me remedy my sins. Something like that. Okay. Neck's huge anyways, so let's fix that. Where does it come out on Ina? Ina is about middle of eyes. How she draws herself, can't tell because she basically has a turtleneck sweater thing going on here. So I will do about middle, or about edge of eyes again and go whoop. Tiny, tiny anime girl neck. Okay. Once I have that, I can put the body on top. And basically going to be living on this black, but we need to have it be separated from her hair, which is probably why she oil slicked this in order for it to be different, and put a little bit of purple to differentiate this. So we're going to take this, we're going to jack this up by about 20 should be good. That's a little too purple, so we're going to drop this down to 15. That's a good one. Okay. So this is going to be upper torso. It's going to be really upper because all these are going to be moving. Though we're probably going to be having a split in this. I'm going to call it upper torso top, which is going to make absolutely no sense to sane people. Nina is part of the board, so no real definition there. Okay, let's make this a bit darker. 18. I think that works. And then when I put an outline on, there, it would be a differentiate, but yeah, that works. And then upper torso bottom, which is going to go below it. May not even need it, but I think it will be useful. And that's all I need to keep it on here. And the bottom is just going to be doing out the rest, but it is going to be having some of the design on there, which I'm going to here. So we have the upper part, top part. This I won't split, but this is where it's going to start moving around. At least in my ideas, or somewhere around here. Okay, either way, let's just get the basics in there. And we're going to have this as lower torso, top, normal. Yes, it's a lot, but it's going to be, well, it's going to be a lot no matter what I do, because I'm going to split it up. Okay, so this will scallop out to the edge of her skirt. I suppose I could make an inner layer, and I think I'll do that. But for right now, there is one scallop, two scallops. Okay. So, one, two, all the way to the edge of this, and then bring it up. Whoops, helps if you actually do that. Okay, and I think I will keep an inner one. No, I don't need to have it because I won't be reusing it. It'll be baked into this. So, knock myself out of that. Probably for the best. And let's just... How did I select the neck from that? Okay, cut. Paste. Okay, let's scalp this a little bit more so it's recognizable. Let's get you over here because I'm referencing you now. And this is an inward. Yeah, okay. Something like that. Now for this, it's a pink that goes to orange. Okay, that's staying over here. Also, this side has some detail on it. But we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so is this the shortest skirt known? A little past. So it's a micro mini, which seems to be all the rage with anime girls. Literally cannot have a 3D that isn't a panty shot fest. Wouldn't have it any other way, but still, it needs to be said. Okay, so we're going to take this orange. That's not a good orange for this because look at that difference. So what we're going to do, we're going to jack up the saturation and luminosity. So let's put it about 80, see how that looks. That's more on there. Oh, that's pretty much it. Okay, let's say 85. Yeah, there it is. I can vaguely understand colors. Okay, and we need to transition this to a pink. I think I could probably do it in 5. So let's do it in 5. First off, get our pink. Keep it in the same saturation and hue range, and you should be dandy. Oh, I can pick colors. This is not how it's supposed to go. Okay. So, bake the shape a little bit, and then we just start doing some steps. So this currently has a hue of 24. This has a hue of 351. So I think if we push like... So we can say it's at 0. This has a hue of 0. Because this is a 365 thing. So move it to 0. Get this bit. Then move it to 10. Get this bit. And this is the whole reason I wanted to keep it the same saturation. I'm just surprised it worked so well. And then move this to 20. Now I can stipple the edges and fix it up later, but there we go. We got a blend from pink to orange. We can fix it more if we really wanted to, but I think it's good enough for our purposes. Yeah. Oh yeah, I moved everything over. So on this side we have a bit of red. I mean, I can cheat. You know, I might as well cheat. So I grab this color, I grab this color. Let's make this all red for a second. I mean, I could cheat hard. Whoops. Put that over there. Put that over here. This isn't exactly pixel art territory, but... Why are you being weird? Quit being weird. Something's a bit off. This isn't matching up to over here. Did I... Oh, okay. I pushed like left or right or something. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so if I grab this color, and then I X to the other side, and then I use the magic gradient tool. I can do that. Yep, there we go. Not exactly the most pixel thing, but at this resolution, it feels a little off to not do that. Pixel purists will hate me, but not today. Okay. So that is straight up just a chunk of red. How dark? Well, once again, grip, saturate the heck out of it. Then dial in this, I say about 15 now. That's a little too dark. How about 20? A little lighter? Okay. 30. 40. That's not it. Okay, we may have to drop this down to like 80. Actually, that's desaturated. Okay, drop this to 60 and boost this up to 60 as well. That's about there. Okay. Going to be off from this one. It's a little darker, and I'll go with that. Okay, it's a little more desaturated. I think good enough. And that's... Whoops. Wrong button. That's in this second part. I'm going to put this right here for a second. And flare this out a little bit more. Oop. Oop. And there we go. Okay. Now that we have that, we can get rid of this. I mean, it's still a little smaller than what she's doing over here, but, I mean, it actually starts coming back in, so I can actually do... That still hugs the legs more. I mean, that just means give her thicker thighs, which people would go with, but Ina's kind of stick figure-ish. I probably will. Okay, there we go. Now then, back to this. Oh, these are actually really different. Okay, one second. Put you down right there again. The one problem with using actual gradients... Well, actually, I can just... Yeah, I don't need to care. So, Ina's has it go in a lot more. I'll go with that, because that looks more interesting to me. And then put a bit of this, because I won't be able to replicate that gradient. Lord help me. Okay, there we go. That comes in on her hip. Just a giant thing. Let's off-center it. Like, oops, no. We do not mirror this one. Off-center it. And then on the other side, we have this dull purple. So I'm going to take this, because this technically is a purple. More of a blue at this point. Okay, let's put this up to 60. And there we go, we got our dull purple. Let's increase saturation so it can actually qualify as a purple. And push it a little more towards that type of purple. A little more red, okay. A little more red. I think that's good enough. And it wraps in and then goes all the way up past her waist. So, Lord help me. Want to have it end right about there. And we'll trim this off a little bit more. Select outside there so that we can have all the gaps filled. Okay. May need to play with it a bit more, but I think that's there. Now we need to do the top part of it in order to get the bit that's hidden in every single the one that Ina has did herself. We get a little bit of a look. Oh, her hair comes back. Usually it's just the tentacle bit, but yeah, okay, her hair comes around as well. This is coming from the front, but I think that's more stylistic choice. Yeah, this completely frames her face. This comes forward. Okay. Either way, let me grab this black. And small, big. I'll go with increasing in size. So this comes up here and goes small, bigger, and biggest, and this transforms into this one. Oh. 1 second. Mistakes were made. Oh, oof. Good thing I solved that. Grab this color. Oh, okay, so, yeah, okay. First off, clean this up. Now that we have that, we can just, why are you off center? Why are you off center? Okay. Grab all of that, go up here, and just mesh these two. And since I'm now properly on the top one, I can just do this. Okay, and let's just round this out a little more. Kind of a... Okay, they're wider than they are tall, so I think that works. But we want to have a bit of a tail like that. I think it works. I think I probably want to match this one on top and bottom. Push it down a little. Push that cat. Okay. And welcome to the stream. As you can see, working on Ina today. Off her latest MV, her original song, Taco Takeover. And I've tried to adapt this to the best of my abilities. Which is to say, not much, but we'll get there when we get there. Now, what is this? I had it before it was going to go below her breasts, but I think it's going to be basically on top of them at this point, and that's fine. It feels more correct. And then this is basically going to be part of her collar. So if we go from like right about here, which would be top. Actually, you're using a program, Scrib. Use the program. Room. What I'm doing is I'm getting the mirror tool up here so that I don't have to eyeball this. So this is about where the top would be, and this is where I think it's going to go, so here. Give it 1 pixel. And then like so. A little bit big. Oops. Little bit bigger. Basically across the entire thing. Grab this color And just shave off a little bit around it. Okay, that seems to do a proper match. It's doing a nice little curve there. And then we need the Eye of the Ancient One to be right in there, which has a kind of different look to it. Ina, show it on any of these? Nope. Okay. Save. Now then, the colors I use for this. So this says it's the same color as this. Possibly should be more saturated then. Let's jack that up to about 40. Nope, 50. Yeah, I like. Oops. Oop, oop, oop. Oh, mirror. That's why. Mirror. That's why. Okay, so back up here. Re-enable the weird mirror I was having. Okay. And just, we need to have the middle one too. How comfy are you in there? You have a little. Actually, that's a little more blue. Okay, turn these off when I go back here. Sorry for the waffling. There we go. That's kind of in that pink range. But it's more. Hit that. Let's push it a little more over to purple. Darken it by 20, so 65. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so we have that. Now we need to segment this a little bit, so let me do this at 2 pixels. I said 2. Turn off the horizontal or the vertical flip. Not a cult. Going to push this up by 1 pixel. That looks about right. Okay. Yay. I think that works. Yeah, that's working. Need to figure out what's going on up here. This has the most look of it, and just... Muffler? Not quite sure, but it has the 1 dot on it. I guess this is the color of her sleeves, then. Yeah. So the sleeves are a darker color. Say that it comes up here. And then on the neck, we're going to drop it down a shade. By that I mean desaturate a shade because we don't have anything else to work with. And that's going to be part of her collar there. We're going to have to drop it down a little more. Something like that. Oops, that's not the right thing. There we go. And then we have that single purple dot. which is going off of her eyes a bit, so I'm going to use this one. There we go. Nonsensical nautical. Okay, so we have our torso set up. I'm going to put this into the body group, and then I'm going to start working on her arms. Boop. Okay. Should this be up above or below? We'll say below. Left arm. Normal. We'll see if we actually have to change anything. Okay, and the most puffy you can think of, I'm guessing. The most puffy you could think of. What? Okay, and they get cinched in here. We don't have any ribbons or anything, but there is a transition of colors into this, which I don't think I'll gradient, but I'll do something about. So this cinches in here probably because it's just stitching. Then it gets to this point, and I wanted to do 4 steps. Let me turn off rough so I can actually figure out where I'm looking at. Okay. The purple dot, you can see it here. It might be on her... no, it wouldn't be on her neck because you wouldn't be able to see it there. You can see the edge of the eye right here, though. It actually puts it more on her chest. I think it works, though. Do I constrict this? I think I do constrict this. Yeah. Anyways, let's get into arms. I'm going to actually turn this off for a second so that I can make this and then do the horrible bit of breaking up by 4s. So you are 13 across. 1, 2, 3. This is 16. So if I remove 3, I, get the proper number. Okay. So we have that, and I said I want to break it on the 4s. Let's turn up that grid, turn it to 4, and enter a world of pain. Okay. 1, 2. Just getting perfect pixel things. I'm going to have to break up some of its outline because it's going to flare at the bottom, but this is going to be giving me a nice base to work with. 5s or 6s would probably have been acceptable as well. We'll see how that goes. Either way, I'm not being paid for this, so I'm not doing exactly yada yada, no feedback. I'll live. Also, I might want to try to put a bit of lean on this, which honestly just means size up the face by 2. That can be done rather easily. Why do I do this to myself? For the love of the game. Okay, boop boop. Boop boop. You're on the wrong layer. Get over here. Okay, that should be in front. No, I could just split the baby and do this. Yes, yes, you don't like that. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let's cut that baby in half. Okay, that is correct. Boop, boop. Now, copy, paste, flip. There we go. At some point, I may want to have the arms raised up a bit, but today is not the day. I think I need to thicken them slightly. Thicken that. Keep that at 2s. Okay, like that. Now I can start figuring out how the heck I'm going to do this. So, at about... this should curve up a little more. This is making it a little bell. 1 second. Room. And blend that in a little bit more. That's not being mirrored. Oh, the misery. Let's just completely destroy this section here. Copy this section. Flip. Okay, clean this up in the silly way. 1 second. First turn this off so that I can, purple that right. Now I can do this. I mean, I could always just, do it right the first time. Other silly jokes you can tell yourself. Okay. Enough of that. Back to arm. So, at about waist level, it starts, going out. Right about here. We'll say it goes out to... Sorry, this is bugging me. Okay, anyways, and back to here. Right about here, it flares out greatly. And a little bit on this side. So bring that up to about waist. And bring this up to here. Is that too much? I am on the wrong layer. I'm hitting B. Please put me in that layer. Thank you. Okay, up to about waist. Boop. Boop. Continue this out. Till about waist. Okay, how does that look? Why is it off a pixel? And second. Investigation time. Okay, if we're going to be playing that game, going to be doing it all on one side and then just flipping it over. Oh, should probably get rid of those as well. Okay, anyways. Back to squaring the circle. Oh, I think this is fine. Once I get the jaggies out of this. Sorry for going quiet, just concentrating. Also thinking if I should get some food or not. I actually don't have much on hand right now. Oop, oop, oop. Okay. We have this. I think it just needs to go twos into here. There we go. Everybody's happy. So this transitions to a lighter color on every one of these. So it stands out more. Probably a more purple color as well. So let's do this in a couple steps. And let's do this in fives. $16. I think that's good enough. Okay. Now the next bit on here... Oh, I need to do it up here as well. Yeah, that actually exists up there. Well, I'll get to it. That could be during detailing, but this is enough of a detail that I need to start on. This yellow... is about same... It looks like it's almost a continuation of that. So I will grab this and move it to the yellow. Okay, and then we're going to scallop two things in there. Okay, I think I want to do this the way where I just... Actually, it needs to be higher. Okay. So, I'm going to go up here. I'm going to make it like this. And I'm going to make the second one smaller. Like so. Probably bring this in a little bit. Then I'm going to rotate it via moving chunks down. We're going to change the grid to, let's say, every 8. And all I do is that I go like this. 1. 2. Just subtle enough that it'll work. That it should work. Okay. Bring these together. And then bring this to the edge. One, two, three, four. Okay. Clover this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we get her hands underneath, which, pain, suffering, but I have more pixels, so that'll mean I'll be able to do it, right? Okay, and they're in the very bright purple. Of that. So I can just grab this, because that is also that purple. And we follow Ina hands. So, which is to say... Get it out like here. That is the base of it. We get 1 finger. And then we get the thumb. It just kind of goes down. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. Now I'm going to add more fingers. Of course, I'm going to just add darker colors behind this. Do I want them on the inside or outside? Well, if I cut off more purple here, I can say it's on the inside. Genius. Okay, so drop this by 10. So 50, 40. Drop this by 10 more. Same size as the other one. Cut into it a bit. Drop this 10 more. And just need a pixel, basically. Actually, that should be like 25. Because otherwise it's going to be lost in the outline. Probably is still going to be lost in the outline, but I gave it my best. Okay. Looks usable. What's next? I need to flip it. Need to do those. Way up here. Almost looks like a diamond, so we'll do that. Okay. Just checking if that's symmetrical, and then like so. I think that works. Alright. Copy, paste, flip. Everybody's happy. Anything else? The hair is going to be its own mess. We'll get to it. That said, going to stand up for a minute. So I shall be right back. Make sure to stretch and get your own drink. Hydrate. Whatever you want to say. watch the dancing Ninas while I'm gone, but I will be back in a minute. Is this enough staring? Okay, I'm back. Alrighty then. Okay, where was I? Ah, yes, making a pixel model. So outlining I'm going to have to come back and do later, but actually, let's invert this. Whoop. As always, grip. Mirror when you want a mirror. Okay. So we got this down. We need to do legs, which are rather easy. I'm not sure if I'll get the stippling in there. Should be able to get most of this. There isn't much. So I'm going to do them off color so that I can just replace it later. But anyway, this is all grouped up. Boop. Left leg. Grab you as red. Now then, I need to have a bit going up here so that I can have some material to work with. Oh, I should turn on rust because I had that kind of figured out. Now the legs are going to be thicker, so the rough isn't on there. Let me just turn that off for a second. Yeah, this is about what I wanted to start at. Excuse me. Okay, and then we take the edge and we go about down here. I'm going to bring it in slightly so that there's a little bit of something and it doesn't look just weird that all this is going to go. Okay, so then I'm going to have them pigeon-toe just a little bit so they come apart. So I have room to draw the shoes badly because I cannot draw shoes. It's just not in me. Okay, I have this, and we want to have a little bit of the calf. Like so. Maybe not as exaggerated. Maybe as exaggerated. We'll see. Comes out like this, and then goes back in somewhat quickly, but not immediately. Oh no, the split's red. It's mad at me. I am usually faster when I do the face, because there's a lot to do with the body, especially in this one. Let's feather this out a little bit. Possibly just move this up. Just and then feather this in. A little too thick. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't trying for nightmare fuel. I was literally, well, okay, maybe I was just a little bit. I mean, Xena says they're not actually ears. However, these are ears. I reference proper eyes and proper mouth to do this, which is not something I do in the slightest. I don't know. I worked on it long enough, and it has no effect on me. It's like, okay, it is what it is. Scrib, why do you work at such low resolutions? This is what happens when I don't. Okay, and the shoe. It. A knowing aura. Fun fact, I was trying to struggle with how I was going to do red. So I did my standard red, but for the middle of the eye, I did the whole slightly off animal reflective red, which probably doesn't help for the pupil. Because otherwise it was just black, and since I don't have any shine on it, because I never do any shine on the scrib models, it, yeah, it has a slight effect on there. Shoes are same color, right? Shoes are same color. They look to be about a black. So I can probably use this. Let me turn the arms back on. Okay. Do 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 do. Okay, and they surround the feet and they go up the back a little bit. This can have some parallax. And then they have a platform, so I think we need a bit more toe. No, we don't. Need a bit less, actually. But yeah, as per usual, what funny thing am I going to be doing this week? They went, haha, high resolution. So I should reference real eyes and real mouth. And well, we see where that led. I think it might need to be a little longer. Because this is all of her feet in here, so... Remember, she's just a normal girl. So as she said in the after party, once all the normal girls are changed into tacos or taco parasited things, she is the most normal girl. Because she's the only one. Okay. Remember, not a cult. And then I'll put a little bit of like highlight on here to sort of show that, maybe. Shoes. Okay. Let's just get this like this. These are higher gray, so let's bump this up. Like 20. Then bump it down. Back to 8 for the platforms. I think that works. Round this a little bit more. I don't think you'd see anything in the middle. I mean, well, actually, let's cut this up. She turned them into suction cups. Well, kind of like suction cups, so I guess it can float on that. It'll be fine. You won't see the back one. Gives me a little bit more room to give her actual toe space. Very important. Always make sure you have space for your toes in your shoes. Alright then. Now we get to turn this off and figure out what colors we want. I think this matches the same as the crown. So I can grab that color. Oop. And this can match middle of sleeves, I think. I might want to blend that a bit more, but it's at 5, so... Okay, there we go. If I want to dot it later, I'll dot it. But for now, I think that works. Anything else I'm missing? Detailing on here, maybe. A little bit more detailing on that. No, I think we're good for the baseline on there. So let's hit the button and move on to hair. So first off... Oh, that was just snow or slush moving. I hope. Okay. Hair back. Now, for now, I'm just going to go with give her black hair. We figure out the rest later. But we're going with the same as this, so... Hair back, normal. We might start splitting this up later, but for right now, I just need to make sure I get it in here. We'll say, like, right about here, we're going to start. And about behind her thigh, or calves, I think is standard. Yep, a little bit there, and I think I could just black that. Yep, there we go. Now we have to make sure that the edges look proper. Give hard edge there by doing this. Okay, we lose a lot of this, but black even work, or am I going to have to bump this up? I think I'm going to have to bump this up. Oh, that is just pure black. Wait. I thought I had this. That's right there. That's right there. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to need to bump this up by at least a decent amount. This is at 10. Kind of has it blended here, but oh well. Otherwise, I just can't see anything. And it blends in way too much. So we can start doing the up races on here. So this is 15 now. Oops. And this is... Okay, so they are different. I can actually work with that. This is 20 now. Stands out. About the same color as this. That's fine. And I can outline this in black, and it should almost stand out. So, that's fine. Might have to just outline all this in black. It'll work. Okay, anyways. Back to hair. So, first thing I need to also do these cuts. I'm going to go through and clean that a little bit, turn off legs, another cut here, and just one in the middle for giggles. Now, when I said by fix this, I mean do literally this and pinch it so that it looks reasonable. Maybe a little thinner. Stray pixel. Okay, I think that should work. Now for the actual fun stuff of doing her bangs and all that. So let's get up to here. It goes underneath the crown. And unlike my usual setup where I have to do them all, I'm doing this pixely, or I'm doing this spritey, so I'm going to make sure that it doesn't move that much. Now, is this just her normal hairstyle? Yeah, it's a straight cut. Goes all the way past the sides, though. That's very important. front. So, do this. And then let us get hair cap made. Hair cap is the catch-all to make sure that everything, if you move it, doesn't get lost. Excuse me for 1 second. Okay. Just moved a blanket over. Normally I do have this stuff over, but I was tricked because I raised the heating before this, so the furnace wouldn't turn on as much. Okay, so we have that. We have the cap in. Now we need to get her squishies in there, which go to a nice purple and yellow. This says that is the same yellow as this. This purple matches about there, and then we have to have a couple transition things on there. Hair cap should be above all this. Okay, and these will be side locks because they technically are. And let's start like so. I'm going to make it red because I can't tell anything otherwise. So they're normal to about this point. How much should they flare out on the side? Once again, cannot tell. I want to continue with this, so they go out to like right about here. And how far do they go on this? To about here. So, end point right there. Bob's your uncle. Make them a little more squishy. Almost completely hides the ears, which is, I mean, honestly, you don't see any of her ears. But they're there. And just to show off the eyelashes a little bit. Okay. Now we can cook. Boop, boop. And then I said it starts going in at about this purple. So let's grab this. That's a little too much. It might better. I mean, her normal one, it's about her hair color, which is a darker, but this is a little too saturated. So let's drop this down to like 50. 30. There we go. I think that's about it. And then it blends to this yellow at the tip, which is past her smile. So right about here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There's almost an orange layer in there. Alright, let's play this game. $275, $254. Let's say 240 and 270, so the middle point is 260. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Okay, whoops, my bad. 61 and 270. 75. So drop that down, it's 210. Half of 210 is not 40, like 35. No, that's 90. Somewhere right. I don't think that'll work, because that's going to put me like right here. This is the wrong color to deal with. Like, it's somewhere around here. Then here, maybe? Okay. Half step that and put it about here. It kind of works because of the pulsing other parts that may come up. Okay, so let's go the other way. Go here. I think we kind of have it. Kind of a sickly color, but I mean, like, if, what was it? Can't be evil, she's cute. Okay, and just straight up nosedive this. Round this a bit more. Okay. Fix up my mistakes. Okay, I think that's workable. Probably want to put a few slits into the front hair here. Make it definitely look like a good old-fashioned hime cut. Okay. Now for the other stuff, which is to say wings. I will call these back wing left, or left back wing. I don't know if I'll need to dissect them and split them up, but just in case. Get that rough on. And the coloring is kind of on the same as the crown. Get a lot of use out of that, to be honest. Actually, if I put this behind sidewalks, it would be fine. Yeah. Okay. Da, da, da. And most of this is going to be carried on by detail. Oh no, this is should be behind ears at the very least. So I guess this goes behind head. These should be a little more. Okay. So that's good for ear one. These ones are definitely on front of everything though. Okay, so this wraps around from here all the way up to here. And then, whoops, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't do anything. Comes down, how far does it go down? About mid-eye. Or bottom eye. I said mid-eye, I'm like, wait, I don't have any room then. And that one's going to also be carried by how much outlining and other fun stuff I do on it. So that's the twitching one, so it should move out of the way to reveal more, but as is, as is. Now, for the real squishies. Okay, so behind that, definitely. Probably behind front hair. Oops. Left ear flap. Okay. So these are going to go more purple. I'm just going to go with that outright. So let's go for this color. And they have that sort of shape. And I'm going to blend that. This bit right here. Oh wait, don't I have a darker one? I guess I have to make this one darker. There's a little bit of fighting going on with this, so I'm just going to extend it. Okay, let's turn that rough off and just get the edges right. Okay. That one can be more like it. That's fine. I think that needs to stretch out a little there. That can too. And then we just have a little bit like that. No, just have it taper off. Have this wrap around the back. There's a lot of gradients in this, which is not good for pixely stuff. So okay, the left one is a pink and the right one is a yellow. So first off, I'm just going to delineate. I'm guessing you're on hair. Yep, you're on hair. Okay. I accidentally clicked it. There we go. So I'm going to use red to just say where this is becoming the whole... Well, this is doing it... This is just saying they're both yellow, but this one gets pink dots. Ina says kind of similar. Okay, let's try that. Okay. I don't think I'll get the strobe effects on here, though it wouldn't be too hard. I basically have the color palette for it, but yeah, sanity's sake. Which is not the, thing to really say on this thing, because... Pixel, where art thou? You are on the arm. Do you have a pixel? You have a pixel. Okay. Grab this pink. And let's lattice this. Okay, I think it needs to be a little more tight. Or small. Just doing weird pixely things. Pay no attention to the man in the mirror. Okay, I think that works. Might need to be more at a bias, but... Yeah. Does she have eyebrows? Yes. I should get those in here. Okay, 1 second. Eyebrow. Grab this. Left. In there. Nina still looks manic. Everything's going alright. So as a look, it's looking like everything is properly set up. This is going to be live or die by how well I can put line work onto it, and everything else is alright. Nothing too egregious, but I'm going to have to separate them for all the parts I want to do. So let's do a save. Let's hit the button. Let's get on to detailing the body. First thing I want to do is I want to put some outlines on these arms to see how well they look. So grab this, hit the magical outline tool, or inline tool as it is, and then make sure to get anything it leaves. Shift is your friend. Bop. Shift is your friend. Alright, grab there, grab there, grab there. Boop, boop, boop. And just simple getting all the stuff it doesn't. Because the outline tool only does it on the edge if there's like transparencies. It doesn't do it when there's other colors involved. So it's a little awkward. This is going to be like 5, so it's going to be practically nothing. Anyways, hit the button. It's going to work better there. And I had said I decided that this is just going to be black. Slightly decapitate Ina for a minute. She'll be fine. Get this. So the question is, I should probably attempt to do an animation of this today or tomorrow. I am mirroring, right? Okay, good. So how am I going to go about doing that? I mean, I could just use the last scene where she kind of floats. Actually, did she have the Ao-chan in that? Yeah, she does. Nope, nope. I have enough on here. There's enough on here, Scrib. You don't need to do more. Your sins are not that great that you need to do more of this. Okay. And let's have the collar have a little bit of that. Oops. Oop. Well, it's going to be black anyways. That said, why do I have... Oh, that's why. Okay, let's just increase that a little bit. Boop, boop. Showing a little neck might be nice when it goes like up or something. Okay, drop this down. Speaking of that, it's going to be odd how I do the mouth. Said I was going to keep it in the grays / purples. Which always seems to be an interesting choice to have a different colored mouth. Symbol has the blue one. I've seen a couple other. Usually, you know, Monster Girl type thing that you have to have that, but still, it's interesting wherever it appears in the wild. Just to give it a little bit of depth, I'm going to keep that up there. Okay, now for this sucker, which is going to be interesting. Okay, boop, boop, boop. Okay, I'm just going to do the outside of this because we have that inner line, which will already breaks it up. This one I'm going to do a complete outline. The inner one, once again, not going to do. Hot pink. The iris color. Okay, that works. Don't need to break this up. However, I need to do the edges of this because this is separated from right about here. So right here, go down here. Here. And then I'll continue on with that. Everything else is supposed to be the same. Okay, on to this one. So go up a pixel into that. That also gives me a little bit of room to move up and down. Also, was I detecting this? Yes, I was. Let's just... Interesting. So I put it all on this one, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That should be fine. Because the pattern will get really messed up if I try to break it in the middle. I could try to put it into 3 things, but I think it'll be fine. Okay. On to this one. Yeah, okay. Actually, wait, that's an edge. There we go. And then put a little bit right here. Okay, fine. Like so, like so. Room. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Don't like that too, but I don't think I'm going to be fixing that anytime soon. Should probably turn arms off. Yep. Oh, wait. Okay. And that is a little probably past where I should have been mirroring this. Oh, interesting. Okay, anyways. I wasn't mirroring at all, was I? Nope, I turned that off. Okay. How I'm selecting everything is that oh no, continuous is turned on. Oh, I guess it does. Yeah, okay, never mind. I have the bad habit of leaving continuous on, which is a boon at times and a bane at most of the others. Because it's real easy to just start selecting your stuff. Because usually when like I'm doing a paint over, I guess you would almost call it. I just need to keep that same color in mind. Okay, this I will mirror. So just selecting the same color means I can just go through everything and I don't fall off, quote unquote, the object. And that's more important than like making sure it's contiguous. I hope there's like, there probably is a hotkey, but I never learned it. I should, for how much I use it. Okay. Actually, I think this should be pushed over one. And I can do that like so. And push this down. Yeah, it's just not working. Actually, maybe I can make it work by just doing that. And then on every one of these, to get the color correct, I just push over one. Okay, that feels better to me. It's not the best, but it feels better. Okay, and now that I got that color, I drop it by 10, and then I can work over on this. So, boop. Okay, and I get this color from up here and outline down here. Okay, now that I did that, I can go over to this side, which is a lot of 6s. Okay, I was mirroring when I did that. That was bad. Oh, I have mirror on. Aha. Okay. That should do it for the dress, and now onto legs. And honestly, black is probably how I go. Let's just do it in line. Yep, that works. Okay, that's fine. Get down to here where it's going to be interesting. I might be better off trying to do highlights to show the edge. But we'll see. Okay. 1410. Boop. I can mirror this. Yeah. The shoe's the same color. Okay, and I can just go to pure black for this one. Okay, and now to do the other tights. I don't think they're thigh highs at that point. I mean, it's impossible to tell because, like, I mean, you don't see the edges of them. I don't think that skirt's going any higher. Alright, okay. Drop this down. This is the same color as the crown, so I will be using the same outline when I get to the crown. Turn that off. Boop. And do the same thing I did on the other foot, where I just outline it manually because no other choice. Because the inline outline tool only cares about blank pixels. Or empty pixels, alpha, just nothing in them, clear pixels. Which has its advantages, but I mostly have disadvantages with it because I want to outline something. Okay, I might go back. Do I want to put dots in here? Sure, I can do that. So let's drop this by 5s. So it's now 85, and that's like 36. Oops, I'm off on that one. Doing some fake screen texture here. Also on that, it was like halfway down, it switches. Eight. So I will switch. These are 9. That's why I'm off. I feel like everything's off. It's because it is script. Okay, boop, boop. Okay, so I need to also do the fingers. I want to do these at halves because I screwed the pooch and did like Well, no, I could just do the outline on the portions that matter. And if it's, and I'll just use, sorry, braining slightly. And I will use what I already have as an outline. So I don't need to extend it. However, for like this one, I do the fingers like so. This one, once again, like so. There. Nice. Proper. Need to have a color for this. 90, 75. Barely registers as darker. Don't like it, but I don't want to play with it too much. I'm not mirroring. Well, these are identical, so I can, once again, remove arm. Copy, paste, flip. There we go. All right. Now then, I think I should have another section down here, but I'm going to finish up the main stuff. Wow. Finish up the main body before I start doing any sort of the cuts on the arm, because I do want to have it like raise up, so I might want to have it do it on the threes. I'll have to reconstruct the arm and then deconstruct it again, but yes. Yes, welcome to this. We're doing quote-unquote a speed run. We're about 2.5 hours into this mess. And I think I'm about ready to move on to fixing up the head. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay, hit the button. Okay, so first off, we're going to outline the face. I'm going to turn off all this, and then I'm going to start getting the eyes broken up into their proper groups. Turn off the ears as well. And I can seal this color. Whoops. There we go. Boom. Actually, I can outline. Or inline. Shift-O. There we go. We got an inline. Okay, we got our basic closed mouths. I'm going to group them up. Closed mouth group. Oops, don't want to turn it off. I want to steal the neutral, or the smile one. So, while not always true in anime, how the jaw works, or mouth, oops, how the mouth works is that all stuff comes down. The jaw moves down, the upper lip stays in the same spot. For the most part. Expression-wise, not so much. Anyways, mouth normal mid, and I'm going to go with the grays that were going on here. I think it's just a really desaturated purple, so I'm going to go with that. So let's go with you. You're a nice purple. Let's desaturate you to about your 20s. Yeah, that works. Okay. Mid-mouth. Yeah, we'll just go with that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a dot there for a second. I'm going to move this lip up slightly. And then just going to choose those as my points to work with. We got that. We got that. Got that. That. Get rid of you. And we can half it because, well, you know, mouth opening. And put in the her fang over here. And for a fully open mouth, can move this up once again. Extend the fang. And basically move everything down like 3 pixels. So I will do that. 2 pixels. We'll go with. Perfectly sane taco. Oh, no, normal human girl. Gotta remember that. Normal human girl. Ina's a normal human girl. Normal human girl. Anyways, okay. So now I want to do O and E because I like my phonics in my models. So open mouth. Make sure we have that saved. And let's go off of neutral. Gotta extend that first. Turn that off for a second. Copy. Or, well, we can just duplicate it. Don't need to do a full copy paste. Okay, so drop this in here. We mirror this. We pull in the lips like so. Open, O mouth mid. And we pull these up like that. Down like that, but we're going to turn it to purple. So grab the... Oh, I have them. Like, oh no, did I delete them? So now I can do this. Gotta make sure that the fang is there if the fang should be there. The fang isn't there yet. So, duplicate that. Now, this pulls up, at least for my example. This goes down. And we get this, and I think we get the Mofane on the edges. So like so. Not mirrored. She didn't quite take care of all those teeth. Okay, so put those into O mouth. Okay. And then for the last one, we just want neutral mouth again. Mid E mouth. Or E mouth mid. Rib your program. Name your variables right. Okay. So we're going to chop off 2 at the edge. Move this up 1. And just put some teeth there. And we're going to duplicate this. And have it go the full extra 2. All we're going to do. And now, because I'm thinking, if I have emotions on like the smile, I should at least have a sad mouth open. Eye, mouth. Okay, so turn that off. First off, we're going to duplicate this and call it sad. So all we're going to do on this one have it like that. I'm going to follow the same trend for this one. And this is going to be controlled by the mouth form. So what that means is that when the mouth form is on the lower end, in fact, I think I'm going to move this up like this, not have this be as wide. When the mouth form is on the left side, it'll be using these instead of the smiley happy one, which is on the right side, or the mid as I'm going to have it. Terrible. Should be like that. Okay. Now on to these. So I just need to duplicate this, and I want to get it down to the middle, which shouldn't be hard. So left eyelash mid. I'm going to turn this off for a second. And I'm just going to, first off, drag this down until it's about here. And then I'm going to push this down so that it flattens out a bit. Like so. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Indeed. Bring this up a bit. And now that I have this, I can duplicate the whites so that I can have the mid ones. What does that mean? So in Live 2D, or at least how I'm doing this, I am using the whites as a mask for the eye. And if I don't have that, it's going to pop out like it is doing right now. But if I have the whites change size so that they match what the eye should be like, it'll be fine. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And suppose I should call that full. And now for the closed. So for closed, really easy. Just take all this and match the middle. Going to possibly even have this be at like 3 pixels tall to emphasize that indeed the top and bottom eyelid have come together. So something like this. And I'll even put some of that in there. Bring this down a whole pixel. Bring this down. And that should work. Now, as for what is going on with this Ina down here, hypnotic eyes, I have a plan. So they go yellow, purple, yellow. And they're yellow in the middle. So I can just literally use the yellows. Okay, so first off, let's turn off the closed eye. Terrifying. Let's grab the left eye standard. A new layer. Left eye hypnotic 1. And we can do this in, it looks like 3 frames maybe, or 4 frames. Let's begin. First off, let's start with a base. Whoops. First off, let's actually have something. Okay. Into the void. If you won't copy paste right, just go away. Left eye hypnotic 1. Okay, So we're going to go with the first pink ring, which we can steal from down here. I'm going to do this by just doing so. Duplicate. Make the pink ring bigger. Duplicate. Then make it smaller again. Okay, now going to do a frame check. Or an animation check. Put this into a tag. Yep, set you to... $100 should be fine. Okay. So... Boop. 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 Push button. Let's see how you look. The little stroby. So I think if we have another one that is just the edge, we'll be fine. So I'm just going to... Huh? Oh, yeah, because this is on top. I want to duplicate this. I'm going to call it frame 0. I suppose it could be 4. All that is going to be done. That, I cut that down. And then I do like 2 pixels out, because remember, we're going to have an edge that is outlined in black. Suppose I could do that. Okay. Once again, onto the breach. So this is now going to be 4 frames. New tag. And now, same as second verse, same as first. This time, though, we delete a lot more. And it's slightly annoying. Okay. It doesn't feel like it's hitting it. So we get that, we get that. Get the fade. Oh. Oh, that's why. M, get in here. Paste into here. Delete that. Okay. I think we have it. Obey. Okay, throw these into the void. Your service is greatly appreciated, but you are no longer needed. Group this up. Yep. All glory. Hypnotic eye. I'm going to need to split them, because I need to have them closed correctly. I'm sure I could do some shenanigans to not have to go that far, but I don't feel like figuring it out right now. Okay, so we got the eyes done. Let's finish up the hair side blocks, because that's going to be interesting. By that, I mean like, okay, so I do that. I drag this down to this one. And I drag this down to this one. Where transitions, I'm going to just have to use a darker tone, but I can do the rest of it by, well, dragging it down to the right color. 937. These squishies, lower and larger. Okay. That gets that. So up here, room. Do the same thing, but in reverse, until I get to the parts where it's different. Then I have to do each side separately, which is fine. I think I'm going to actually extend that. Right about here. There we go. I feel happier with that. Stand up here. Stand up here. Darken this. Okay, and this one can be carried up. There's always the choice, or the debate if you should have a outline or not. It always comes down to like how many pixels can you devote to it, and does it improve the style or not. I tend to just go with colored outlines. I think it adds a lot of depth to it. Oops. Boom. This kind of looks like a strawberry. Anyways. Okay, that's an easy part. Now, air wings. Start with the front one. Oops. Select this. Hit W. Okay. Outline it. And then have this go up to show that this is actually in the back. And then vaguely follow this. I think that works. It's not going to be the greatest because I'm not going to be able to do it right. Okay, there's a little bit of, whoops, other things going on, but yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it. Okay, whoops. Turn this one off. Let's grab this one. Do that. Like so. I don't know if there's any more. Well, there's a double wing sort of going on. Let's kind of get that in there. So, go back on this. grab it. Okay, get these parts fixed. Just trying to get these to look a little more feathery, I guess you could say. One part is more straight than the other. There's a certain swoop to a lot of, like, you know, feathers. You can get the dip. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a little chain, sure. And the heater starts up. Needed to kind of not, you know, not freeze to death, but still. Okay. Honestly, quicker than expected, but now I get to go into... Oh, I suppose I should have hit the one. But now I get to go into the pain that is dicing up what I need, also expanding this out. So, first off, let's focus on the one that's going to require the most cuts, i.e. the hair in the back. So, how many pixels do I want to move this left and right? This little swish down, let's see. The middle one is more of an example, or a middle or left or right one. So that is moving like a quarter of the body. And this is 32 pixels across, so a quarter of that is 8. So I need at the very least to divide it up into 8s. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now. Okay, so if I cut it like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe. Let's push this grid down 20 pixels. Then we have to only go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. This is all going to be messed up in a minute, but it's a starting spot. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think we can do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut one above these two lines. So this is going to be 0. I'm going to add another line below it so that, once again, Live 2D cubism does not do horrible things to me. And this is going to become hair back normal 1. Whoops, yep, thank you for not pasting in the same spot. Okay, so that's 1. So we need 4, so we're going to cut this in the middle. So these are now 32 high. So cut this up by 1. And I'm basically doing a gradient. This one might go for like 2. Either way. Hair back normal 2. Okay. And extend this down 1 so that we have overlap. Did I grab 2? I grabbed 2. Eh. Doesn't need to be exact, it just needs to be in the ballpark. Okay. So 3 will be from here. Cut. Hair back normal 3. Why do you do that live 2D? Or, I mean, a sprite. So we have 4 now. Now we just need 4 more, which we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think we're good. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 5. We can't do it right next to that one. So it would be 1, 2, 3. So we might have to split up this a little bit down here. But we can go on the 16ths for now. That's all I want. Okay, so 1 above. Cut. Rinse and repeat. And we're not even into the rigging, which is the most rinse and repeat of all things. Okay. Oop. And now we... I don't think we'll get that final one, but... oh, no. We are good. Yeah, we're off by 1. It's fine. Actually, no. I could do this. So cut here. Put it back in. Hair back normal 6. And we have to extend this down 1. Okay, turn this back on. This is where it gets a little dicey. Yeah, let's do it. Hair back normal 7. And on 6, we have to match up what got taken. Or, well, just extending these. Okay, and that extends all the way across. Okay, this hair has been segmented. So now she could swish all she wants. I have pseudo physics on there, and it'll be pixel perfect. All the fun stuff of Sprite. Okay. Now then, let's turn off the Hypno Eyes for a minute. We also gotta have the crown. I did not have that. Okay, one second. Gotta fix this. Turn off this, because I didn't have it turned on before. Copy, paste, flip. And we get this one, because I forgot to do it as well. Copy, paste, flip. Okay, everything's fine now. So, I wanted to have a little bit of animation. Well, you know, I could just have these kind of like... I could have this go up and down a little bit on a breath cycle. These ones I want to extend a little bit. One. I'm going to have to turn off... I don't have it on, so that's fine. Let's turn the grid back to something sane. The insanity of not the most, you know, sane, but hey. Okay, so grab this, grab this, grab this, move up a pixel. Let's actually move up too. Let's go a little wild and we can like have this stay like that. And have this move out a little bit. So, like so. And since this is 2 frames, I don't need to pay too much attention because it's going to just also oscillate back and forth. And this one can ruffle down. And out. I'm mostly doing it like this to be pragmatic because I am not the best animator, so I don't think I could do too much with it, but anyways. Oh, I didn't duplicate it. 1 second. Copy. Undo all this. Now, left back wing 2. I don't think I'm going to be putting in the whole leans that I was talking about before, because, yeah, it just might be a little too much. I have a lot to work with on this. Okay, and I said that I wanted it to go up a little bit. Oh, wait, I can go over that. It doesn't matter. So, grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Grab, like, right about there. That feels right. And move everything up 1. There we go. Okay, so then we chop off this other one. Flip it. Let's see how this looks as a cycle. So 2 frame it. Put it on repeat. And then do this. Turn this on. Turn off the grid. It'll be a little slower. Okay, this needs to move a little bit. And that's far too fast. Let's put it at 300. Yeah, this needs to move because it's like not doing anything. And this going out is not doing what I thought it would do. Okay. Delete these 2. So, push you up, possibly. You know what? Maybe it's too much work for that. And this can just toggle between going up and down. Same with this one possibly going in and out, but we'll see. I don't think it's going to add too much, and it might be too much work for right now, but yeah. Oh, I forgot to put an outline on the crown. Oop. Should have mirrored it, but oh well. Yeah, sometimes you just have to go with the easier one. If it was drastically different, but all it is like the wings slightly move. I don't need to spend an hour making all the variants for slight movement. I do need to do something for the arms, though, which is going to be painful. Okay. Arm that time, then. I might only do 2 frames, but we'll see. Okay, so first off, turn that off. Oh, I didn't copy. Duplicate. Rip. We've been over this. Just duplicate the thing. Okay. Into the void. Move this out. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be undoing all the movement and turning this into 3s. So first off, I'm going to do something utterly awful to this and return it to base. That means every 4th one of these should be moved over. I'm going to keep it like this for a second, because otherwise I won't be able to tell. Grid. 4. Move it down 1. Okay. So once I get this unmoved, I can then change it to 3s. I'm not going to do it to the hand and possibly the ruffles at the end, but I am going to have to do a lot of fixing at the end of this. If this was also a proper perfect rotate, I would be like flipping these up on the 4s, but it isn't. I'm not doing it. And I think this is the last one because I'm not going to mess with the frills I made. Okay, so we have this. On the 3s now. So every 3, move over 1. Every 3, move over 1. Do this a bunch of times and wish you have a script for it. Which somebody probably has made. I don't look that much. I got my Lewis script to change this into a Photoshop document, and that's all I've ever needed. Somebody has been working on making, like, orthographic, or not orthographic, basically, what is it called? It's a fake 3D. It's all based on 45-degree angles. Anyways, so I was making a script to do that where you can basically make models in like 3/4 of the screen, and the final quadrant will be in that style. So you do top, bottom, and side. Very neat. There's going to be a lot of fixing on this. Isometric, that's what it is. Thank you. Brain was not braining. I mean, it usually isn't, but some braining is less than others. We don't want to snip off the tip of the finger. Here's a question for it. Could I have rotated using the internal rotation? Yes, but it isn't as fine grade as this. And I wouldn't know if it's correct or not by just looking at it. This lets me know I'm actually slicing up correctly. And as I said before, it'd be rotating it up. And all I want to do is a skew. That's effectively what I'm doing. I'm just skewing this up. There's going to be a decent amount of cleanup I have to do at the end, but I've made my bed. I will lie in it. And I think this is the next one is where I kind of quit. Because then it starts going into the adulthood. So, get this back to sane. Boop. Boop. Okay. The first pass, I'm just going to clean up. Oh, that's too black of it. Black. It's fine up there until it gets here. Okay, I'm good. So this needs to be straight. And this is where it gets interesting. Okay. Doing something ugly here. This is 2 1s, which is not a thing I usually do, but I think it's the only way this actually works. Hurts my soul just a little bit. Yeah, just look at that. Ugh. I don't think it actually works. So, what I'm going to need to do is either move all the like 2s up here and all the 1s like down here. One second, I think I could. Or I extend it out so it's like it's 2. It's 2 for a bit, then it's 1 for a bit. I don't think I have any good choices. Excuse me. Let's fix this up for a second while I'm trying to figure out which is least bad. Okay. Let's just look at options. So, this is the problem child. This is solution 1, which I don't think is going to work. This is a solution 2 where it kind of ripples in and out, but I don't think that's going to work either. How did I lose a pixel? No, okay, that is lined up. I just have an extra one on this. I mean, I could do a dither. I could do a dither. So, I'm going to break out the forbidden arts. It is time for the anti-aliasing half alpha extra pixel. And it looks a lot better. Pain Dio. And like, I think that might do it. Yeah, I think that does it. Because now it looks like it's straight. That's all I needed. Okay. So, let's turn on... You don't know how much, how big these are naturally. Or I should say unnaturally. I've had like a full model when I tried to test a Chug VTuber Studio. It was terrifying. Wow, look, I only moved like, hey, that's all I wanted was it to move a little bit. They aren't gigs or anything. Let me just actually take a look at... Oh, I have something selected in there. Okay, there we go. My mouse is back. So let's grab, Sheena from last week. Oh, I didn't actually make the model. Yeah, this is under like 8 megabytes and just like all the stuff I have in there. It's usually how many layers I have that does me in. Okay, so we moved that much. Oh, nope, that's not what I want to do. Okay, select in here, copy pasta, flip, there we go. Now I'm going to do another one and call it vary up. And this is going to be on the 2s. So I can literally just go in here and move it over. First off, remove left arm or right arm. Push this out. View, grid. I think I had to put it down by like 1. Now on the 2s. So this is like before, except, well, I move it on the 2s. So that the arm goes even further out. and I will use that 3-1 as an in-between. This probably shouldn't require as much fixing after the fact. Stray pixel. I don't remember where I saw this, but supposedly Deltarune, the Undertale sequel, quote-unquote, but not really, had a stray pixel in some scene. So Toby went and fixed it by literally moving it over to the left. And then every boss fight after that, he put in a stray pixel on the background. Which, yes. I totally believe in that, because it's a random stray pixel on the background of all things. Backgrounds are usually supposed to be messy, unless they're supposed to be clean. And I think it was a messy background. Anyways. I don't even think Toby Fox does most of the spriting. It's the other one. Not the annoying dog. And the last one should be the final bit, and then I just fix it up and call it good. But yeah, I don't know how big like proper tuber models would be, but they can get big just by texture alone because they're like drawn at high resolution. Like I get there on accident because cubism is a pain in the butt. I know Virgil's was infamous because Terrible had sent it over at quite literal resolution of a billboard poster, like a billboard advertisement, and that had to be fixed. Yes, it was the only time she was quite large. Otherwise, Virgil was quite small. So this side looks like it'll be fine. I just have to, like, fix up a few of these so they fade right. This side I might have some problems with. I mean, I don't know if the forbidden art will truly help me here, but oh god. Let's see. These ghostly pixels. Horrifying things. Oh, it's working. I don't like that it's working. Okay, and from the other end. Yep, that's getting there. mean, this is sort of flowy, so it isn't the most terrible things. Yeah, I think I hit it. Oh, I hate that. Disgusting. Okay. Select in here. Copy, paste, flip. Very little movement, but I think it'll be nice. Most of the movement I want to have is going to come from, you know, the ability to move left and right. Speaking of which, I need to get back to doing the hip thing. So let's get the arms into a group. Arm group. That said, like, being about 4 hours in isn't bad because this is generally faster than when I do left mid. This is generally faster than when I do it fully because most of the time done is rigging. This should be rather quick. Okay, so how do I want to shear this? How about every... So this is like 32. Yeah, let's say... I only want to move it like 4, so every 16 maybe? Or every 8? Yeah, that seems about right. And then I have to split this in quadrants and move this up 1, this up 2, and this up 3. Okay, turn it down to 16. Line this up. I think that's good. Make sure that this is turned off. Yeah, that's fine. Is it all select? Okay, that's why. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to do the same this way. Starting like probably about here. One. 2. 3. 4. Just to show the effect. Okay, and I delete this. I delete this. Okay, let's make those a little slower so that we can actually see them in the same speed. 400. Turn off grid for a second. Boop, 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 boop. And then I could possibly even like move this over 1 more pixel and move these out. Yeah, I think this should be like on body X that like it moves out this and the leg can go with it. This leg can go in, this leg can go out. Then, do I want to do 1 more on this? That is a question. Let me clean it up and see how bad it looks, and then I'll figure that out. Okay. First off, clean. Oops. Helps if I'm on the right one. Okay, that looks fine. I don't think there's anything really deformed too much over there. Actually, wait. That fix it. This one needs a little TLC. That looks fine. This edge might get a little iffy. I don't even know if you can see what I'm doing right now. It is such a slight off of black in the back. Also, something hypnotic hips. This can just match up. There we go. Okay, let's see how badly it got over here. That should be like that. Not too bad. This is where it's a little painful, and I think I could just split the difference. Hold that down. Okay. And I guess let's see what happens if I do it again. This has been pulled out a little too far, so... Oop. Oop. Okay. Okay, grid. Return you back to 16s and 64. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we want to turn that back to normal. Otherwise, I'll get lost in the grid. Back to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure. One. 2. I should be going all the way, but it'll be shearing too much for me. So I'm just kind of building in a little bit of squish going on. Okay. Now that finally got hit by that, so let's fix this by just doing that. 3, 2, 1. Still looking around. Kind of suffering. Doing relatively okay. I think this just needs to be brought in a bit. Three. This is going a lot better than it could have. I'll say that much. This is where it's getting a little iffy. And I think if I drag this over one, it gets less iffy. Room. Okay, how does this look? Terrible. Okay, this probably should just be straight. Alright, that's supposed to scallop a bit. Oh god, I can't actually flip this. Oh no. I realized, oh wait, this is asymmetrical. I can't flip this properly. I mean, I could just go through the process the other way too. I need to think for a second. Yeah, I want to do it so... Yeah, because I can't literally do this because of the fact that it's asymmetrical. Okay. What I think I can do, though, which is going to be less painful, hopefully, is that... Okay, let's duplicate this. We'll flip it. And then we're just going to have this be example. Then what I'm going to do... No. Lower torso. Up. Right. What I'm going to do... is then I'm going to take the pattern and I'm going to just mess with that so that it works. So, turn these off. Turn normal back on. Actually, I could just turn off contiguous. Grab that. Grab these. Copy. New layer. Paste it in. Okay, so turn this off. Turn this on. And I will just be manipulating these so that they move over. So first off, grid 64. Go on the 16s again. This should match. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. 4. Basically match. Okay. And then do the same thing. Just I don't want to completely go over it because it's going to be visibly something is different between these two because I'm not going to do it exactly the same both ways. So 1. It also gives me less to clean up. I've already done most of the cleanup work. Okay. Actually, I could just delete. And could possibly just move this over. Nope. Okay. Okay, and this one. Extend that up here. I'm just matching to the edge. It needs to be close. It doesn't need to be perfect. I don't have time for perfect. Okay, and then I just fix this up. And it looks all right. So I'm going to duplicate this again. Merge that down. And move this above the last one. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to flip it over. We're going to call it right. And then we're going to turn off contiguous and go boop, 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 boop. Okay, now that's at proper. Okay. We're good now. So, once again, go back to view, grid settings, turn to 64 so we can do our kind of rotate. One, 2, 3, 4. 16, 64. And then once again. Whoops. Up. 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 Okay. Now we clean the sucker. Actually, this should probably be straight down. I assume that's a problem on the other one, so 1 second. Boop, boop. Where are you? Yeah, okay. I see what happened here. I was looking so much at the little spot that I didn't realize the other problem going on, because spot is round. Okay. That's fixed. Now then, turn off the grid so I can be seen. Is that right? That is right there. However, this is oddly pinched. So let's fix this up. Something like that. And over here, those lined up. Let's actually just clean it at the moment. Okay, I think that's good. So let's try a little bit of animation. We're going to have 5 frames here, so we're going to get to see if this is lining up as correct as I want. And I think I'm going to have to do something with the legs in order for it to work out. That'll be fine. Let's go with 300. Let's put a tag on it. Okay. Let's begin. So we'll start at the right. So, boop, boop. Delete that. Delete that, delete that, delete that, delete that. Now we're in that one. Okay, I've messed something up. So we are starting at that, which is right. So we want the mid. Want the mid there. Okay, and we want this to be a ping pong. I copied the wrong one. Which one of those do I have? Aha, I see. Let's clean that up for a second. Easy. Okay, and we copy this over here. Oh, helps if I turn on all the visibility layers. Can use some more work. Because this is going everywhere when it flips. I think it goes too many pixels up. So let's just kind of ease it in. See if that fixes that part. Confidence levels dropping. Well, I think I'm just going to have to take it for now because I don't think I can actually do something better in a short amount of time. Once again, no paycheck to my head. Okay. So, copy my small amount of changes there. Paste it over. Copy my small amount of changes. Paste it over. Okay, send these to the shadow realm. Ooh. There we go. So, what I think I want to do is I want to shift the legs over from the top part. So, first off, do the mid. Oh, they're still connected. Okay. Cool. So duplicate this. Left leg, mid, right. This is going to be absolutely confusing in a few minutes. I think I'm just going to have the legs joined. So, leg, mid, right. And I will use this, the guideline. Okay. So move this over 1 pixel. Clean this up. I will have to flip these, which will suck a little bit, but it won't be that bad. Okay, and split the difference here. That's not splitting it. Okay. And then move this other one in. So I'll be able to flip like the upper thigh section, and that's all that I'm doing this with. Oops, wrong buttons. I missed a spot. Okay, there we go. So fix this by just moving that down. Standing this up. Moving that over. That side's fine. This side we split the difference. And we find whatever one thing is slightly off. And it's this one. Okay. I think that looks fine. Okay, duplicate it. Left, full, right. If I was smart, I would have been doing this, you know, as I was designing the whole process so that these could be like the same. Actually, let me just grid this on like 16s. Wrong way. This is going to be arbitrary how I split that at this point. Yeah, shifting the knees over will be fine. Boop. Boop. Okay, turn off the grids. Assess the damage. Turn off pair. Oh, this should be grouped. Yeah, this should be grouped. And tacit deployed. Back here, group. Let's 1 2 1 2 1 2. Here I'm getting a bit tired, possibly hungry, probably both. Okay, move this over. Okay, extend this up. Move this over. Rein this in a little bit. Also going to raise this foot up one. I think that tracks. Could be better, and this could be fixed up a lot more, but I'm going to call it good for now. Now then, for the other part of this process, which is going to be duplicate, leg, mid, left. Okay. Pretty much everything up here. Flip it. Okay, so I can't do it that way. So I got to select the whole thing. Do that. Okay, works as expected. Select in here. Turn contiguous off. Boop. Boop. Select over here. Turn contiguous off. Already turned off. Cool. Whoops. Oop. Crack that knee. Pull left. Okay, so I'm going to need to extend this one down a pixel. Move the other one up a pixel. Oh no, how do I fix this? Okay. Now, this is where the one I'll have to probably fix up a bit, because I need to get at the knee, I believe, in order to do this properly. Okay. Yep. Correct. Okay, now we select this. First off, I'm going to turn contiguous on. Fix that up. Then I'm going to select in here. Now it's where it starts getting a little weird. We have overlap. Okay, turn contiguous back off. I'm going to need to fix that on the other one. Yep, there it is. All I can think of is like moon craters when I see this. Okay, now that we fixed that, this one is the easier one to select because only slightly peeking out. Oop. Oop. Now I had these be at 8. Not 9, 8. Like this. There we go. 8, not 9. I don't know why it wants to keep being 9. And was there another row? Yes. It's easy enough to replicate because I just did it formulas. And there. I'm not going to do leans on the face. I was thinking of it because it'd be really nice to have that this sort of cocked face, but a little too much right now. So I'll call this a win because past the 4-hour mark. Leg group. Okay. Trying to think of anything else. Currently, no. I think I might have the eyes and mouth shift a little bit on the face, like over one left one, over one right one. We'll be able to work from there. I guess we're to the splitting, which is going to be a bit interesting. Don't... If I'm going to pull these out, yeah, I'm going to need to split them. Okay. Right front wing. Right back wing. Get rid of that 01. Okay, these are going to be painful. Okay. Cut. Right eye hypnotic. Drop that in. Boop, boop. 4. Right eye hypnotic. 3. Left eye hypnotic. 2. Bop. Right eye hypnotic. 1. Okay, and then we get down to the standard eyes. Right eye standard. Right eye... Wait, no. I might actually keep that. Right eye mask. Right eye base. You know, I never actually finished up some of the ears stuff. Oh well, I'll outline it. I don't think you can actually see it in any capacity, so it might not be worth it. Oops, no, no, no. Right eye. White mid. Bop. Right eye white full. Okay. Right eyebrow. Okay, now we have to get the lashes split. So start this one. You know what's funny about this costume? She's ended up basically completely covered. Compared to her normal outfit, which has been pointed out multiple times, is a little skimpy. It's just, on her, it doesn't look, like, bad. But anyone with a chest, it starts to be, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, anything else on here? The arms are basically going to be linked, so there's no reason to split them. I'm not going to have like left arm goes up because of this and right arm goes up because of this. Okay, let me do the ears because I kind of neglected them, though, honestly. I won't need to split them. Okay, let's drop this to a shading color. Yeah, that whole joke. I've seen the image. It's like there was no official thing, maybe? Maybe there was an animation. I think there might have been a graffiti, but yes. Okay. All on the hips. Okay. Let me do the master save. So 1 second, be right back. Oop, that's not it. I do this because I have to hide the screen because the script basically says my whole computer for no good reason. That's the right folder, yep. Drop it in. Okay, I'm going to take a few minutes. Actually, I think I'm going to go grab something to eat. Be right back. Give me a minute more and I will be right back. All right, I needed that. Let's change that. And back to it. Where was I? Helps if I load it up. Okay. I did clone that ear, right? Or hair wing. Oh, okay, I did not. There we go. Okay, I'm not flipping the arms. I'm not breaking apart the legs. Eyebrows, I think I have already done. Let me just double check, because that's the only one that I might miss out on. A lot of layers. We're not flipping those. Did I delete them? Hair flap, left front wing, right front wing, crown, side lock, hair. Excuse me. Ah, there they are. Let's move these above everything, because that's usually where they do live. And I will export this again. 1 second. Be right back. Also, I do want to shout out quickly. Let me just look him up. I'm pretty sure Ina retweeted the guy who did the little dancing chibis. Yeah, there it is. Bones. Telling Bones up on his witters. I probably could have used this image. Anyways, okay. It has been exported. Let us bring that into the GIMP. See, storage, models. That's not models. There it is, okay. Nope, that's still not it. Oh, it's sorted by date, that's why. Okay. That is why I'm confusing the heck out of myself. Okay. Ina. Okay, so basically what I'm doing, I'm bringing this into GIMP because I need to resize it so that it can be useful in... Sorry, braining. So it could be... We're going to have to wait a minute for that food to get through to where it needs to. Okay. So, a sprite does not properly export a Photoshop document. For whatever reason, a header's screwed up. GIMP's able to open it, Photoshop's able to open it. Cubism Live 2D just kind of dies on it. So I bring it in there, I increase its size because individual pixels are utterly mutilated within Live 2D. They put too much of a fuzziness on the edge and everything just looks bad. So I increase it, in this case I'm increasing it by ×8 because this is already a rather large sprite. This is technically a high definition sprite, I believe. Which is always funny when you look into the history of like what technically qualifies as screen sizes. Okay, cancel past that. Bro. Oh, this is off center. There we go. Okay, turn everything on so that we can get a proper... What is it called? Mesh? Art mesh. That's the word. I have turned so many off. Okay, and then after we do that, group up all the stuff that we need and add in the new parameters that we are going to use. Okay, get rid of the rough. Everything looks like it's visible. I need to check that all these are on or else it won't allow me to grab them. Live 2D is weird like that. I think we should be good. Grab it. Technically, I don't need to do this, but in the off chance I want to do a little bit of it, it'll help. Okay, we have that. So first thing first, I'm not going to need smile. I'm not going to need brow X or brow angle or brow form. Into the void with you. I'm not going to need cheek. Hair I am going to have to a degree. So I'm going to probably keep hair back because that's the only stuff that I'm using. Into the void. Now then, I'm going to need a mouth parameter that is voice I, which is going to be voice I, and I'm going to need one that is voice O. And parameter of voice O. That goes from 0 to 1. Okay. Let's put these into their proper places and then I'll move on to the next step. Because I'm going to need some params for like the hips, I believe. Oh, wait, that's a param, not a group. Wrong button. My angles. And then grab all the eye stuff. Grab all the mouth stuff. Grab all derived stuff. Derived being the breath one, which is cyclical, and, well, actually ping pongs is not perfect cyclical. Okay, and also going to make hypnotic toggle. And this is going to be the toggle group. Which I make gray, which turns white, and that's funny to me. There we go. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's have hip X, which is, it's going to be a derived one, and I'll move it down there in a second now that I think about it. But putting it from -1 to 1 allows me to do things, well, better. Whoa, what's going on? There we go. This will allow me to move it around better. Okay, don't think I need to do anything more. Let me just get my... these hypnotics into their own group. Oh, that is the right eye. Okay. Just to make sure all eyes have a pair. Right eye on toggle. Left eye on toggle. And these are going to be normal eyes. Normal eye. Eye base. normal eye toggle. No matter what I do, it's going to suck on how to put these all together. Right eye toggle. Left eye toggle. Okay. And going to preemptively take all the right stuff and link them to the right eye mask. And then going to take all the left eye stuff, link it all to the left eye mask, and then I think from there I can link these two to the whites, and I should be fine. We'll find out in a few hours. That's more like a few minutes. Okay, and these are now linked to right eye, right eye. Oop. These are now linked to left eye, left eye. And we'll see how this works. Boop. Okay. So, we have that. Okay. Right eye closed. Left eye closed. And then we grab the rest of the right group. Right. Right. Right eye open. And the rest of this is... Oh, we missed the full one. Okay. Get up there. I grabbed right eyebrow, that's why. Actually, in fact... Redo that so it's the proper warp size. Put it outside. Get rid of other one. Cool. And grab up to there. Left eye open. Okay, and now we do the standard dance of putting all these at zeros. Ina looks very shocked that I did that. I will say it's perfectly normal. Don't worry about it. Whoop. I think I could just put this in here. The hypnotic ones that... Yeah, let's just do this. This would be better. Okay, and those are now empty, and those are now thrown into the void. Thank you for your service. Okay. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. for the right, for the open side. Minimize this for a second. Select over. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Extend out to the edges so that the tweaks we did on those two keyframes are they're well pushed out. They're matched because otherwise it doesn't have anything to match to, and matching it to nothing is dumb. Okay, so we have that. Now we put in the mids and fulls. Left eye full. Same over here. We'll be putting a warp on the whites for the full one so that it can be squished down, so it doesn't do anything weird. Okay, boop, 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 boop. Set to 0. Ina is very surprised by that, but once again, I assure you, it's very normal. This time, it's going to be at 4s, though. So we get the mids. We set them to this. Oh yeah, oh yeah. We get the fulls, we set them to this. Perfectly normal. And we got our blinks. Cool. So now what we need to do is put in left eye full warp. And right eye full warp. And we're going to squish them. So we go in here. Once again, on the 4, 4.5. Going to be fine over here. Over here, we have to squish this so that it is below all this. And either I messed up on this or something isn't right with all the masking and stuff going on. So I might have to link. We'll see. Anyways. Going to extend this out. This is to be 0.401. And this is masked to that right. So I bring this down to mids. This isn't existing out of it, but the other one is. It's not respecting the fact that it's not there anymore. Thinking. Might not just need the eye masks at all. So turn them off. And just link these straight to the whites. So, right. And the normal eye. Straight to the white. Thought I could be slick. Could not be slick. Never try being slick. It only blows up on you. Okay, so back to the left. Select all these, grab that. Turn that off and go for left. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Also, the fun part is once I have them in here, I can just have it left eye positional. Over here. Right eye positional. I'm not sure if I should do any in between or not. Okay, 1 second. Be right back. All right, should be good now. That's all fixed up. Okay, let's split that across. But grab all the right stuff. Oh, I don't need that actually. Okay, and change that to right eye. Now, Ina can blink. Nice. Let's do the mouth next, because the Tower of Power always kind of sucks. And now it's going to be even slightly more different. First, eye toggle, or eye on. O on. Normal mouth on. Oh, yep, I need those two. Okay. Closed mouth. Okay. Open mouth. Okay. Mouth open. Good old 25% or 20%, let's say. Mouth open happens after that. Mouth closed happens before that. Point 201. Boop. And this will be eye off. And effectively this is O off. Okay, so go in here. Set to 0. Oop, excuse me. When it gets over here, 100%. Over here, 100%. Oh, that's frown. I think that's O. Okay, that's fine. If not, we'll see in a minute. Boom. Okay. Grab these. Set to 0. Over to O. Pick the 20. Whoa. Okay. And this is going to be sad group. I'm really just avoiding trying to do two-dimensional things when I can. Okay, that's set up. Now then, on mouth form. At -3, so she has to try. Oh, wait. Turn this one. There we go. Okay, grab these two. That's been adjusted. Oops. So, -0.299. So that's biting up right against that. It helps if I actually move off there. -0.299. Click off the number because it's weird about that. Okay. Where's the left one? Might as well just get rid of it as well. Oh, this should also be in positional. Get that in there. Get that in there. Okay, anyways, back to mouth. So, now all these 2 stages of mouth need to be addressed. So underneath mouth open, because I like using the 4s for this, I'm going to select that. And then I'm going to be really sad as I have to click over all these so that I can zero out this side. And then zero out the other side. Then I select them all again. Add the 2 keyforms at beginning and end. And cinch it together. Okay, let's close the mouth and we get down to these ones, which are going to be a bit different because I have like 3 levels of it. We want to set all these to this. And I'm going to go to mouth form for round. Select 3, I said it was? Yep, it was. This side. Extend the keyframes. Adjust. Whoops, I didn't do that right. Now I know I'm basically filling air by just saying everything I do, but I do prefer this sort of style of showing a thing. Oh my god, I keep doing that. When possible. Because it's what I like to watch. Even if it's just background, somebody explaining and going over what they're doing and how they actually think about it, I just find great. Okay, and we'll say 2 for the upper end. It also helps keep me like thinking And realizing the next... Oh, wait, this should be a lot lower. Yeah, this should be like... Well, the 3 is decided. I guess it will be at like 1. Unless I want to change things up. It'll be a good transition. Okay, anyways. Yeah, that's my thoughts about endlessly talking on this. Wait, did I do that right? Something's going on. Oh, that's... Yeah, okay, that is neutral. Okay. Let's just think about this again. Okay. Oops. Neutrals, like... Okay, I did just put it. Okay. I felt like I got one more in there that I shouldn't have. Okay, and then I add the 2 to the end. And then I push them out. Yeah, that's the right amount. Point 001. That's what I think I made be weird. Okay, now for the smile, which is going to be easy, because it's at 0. So this side of it going to be blank, this side of it going to be happy. And 0.001. Okay, now I need to do that for this group, which is... Oh, I already have them in there. Wow, that actually looks decent. Okay, cool. I think that's all ready. All right then. So, also I realize I'm going to have to make a hypnotic. We're going to go from 0 to... We have 4, so we're going to need 3. We're going to go from 0 to 1 will be 0. 1 to 2 will be 2. Or 1, 2 to 1. Okay, we're going to need 4. Yes, okay. Hard to think on that. Okay. So, go into here. There we go. Grab all these suckers. Actually, if I select that, it'd probably be weird. Set them to 0. I unselected the other side, of course. Okay. You ate the last cookie, didn't you? Okay. And then on hypnotic, it's literally just going to be at... Or, no, it's the toggle one. I don't want the... It's going to be literally at the 0.5. Either you're on or you're off. Okay, and then These ones are on here. And then we extend it out to the edges, like always. You know, honestly, I thought that it was going to take longer to sprite everything up by increasing the size. Now, I didn't go, like, more into detail, because I thought I'd add, like, more shading and whatnot, but this one doesn't call for it. Okay. Now, this is where it gets a little painful. So, on hypnotic, we're going from 0 to 1. Everything after that, we're turning off. Now, we can also adjust the size of this after the fact. But, yeah. It'll be ugly no matter what we do. Okay, now we grab the 2s. And from 1 to 2, we'll be on, everything else off. This one I won't be able to properly show in this because, aforementioned, can't actually just put something that cycles in this. You can if you make an animation, but I'd have to go and make the animation. Which maybe I do? I don't know. I'm not there yet. Okay, 100 there. I think I also have to change this layer to be, there's a special term for it. It wraps around. It is the Pac-Man pipe. Okay, and the last one is from 3. 4, we don't need to have anything past that, so adjust this. Okay. Repeat. That is it. Yeah, sure. Turn to the setting that can actually. So basically, I can just keep going. Test this. Keep going. I think it works. Match up. Okay, anyways, we have that. Let's do the positionals. Now, keeping this on sprite might be a little interesting. I think I'm going to do 5 left and 5 right. Actually, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this because it's going to suck. Because I can't just like, oh, wait. I'm not getting the black outline I wanted. Yeah, it'll be fine. Let's turn the hypnotic. It'll be fine. Okay, so anyways, as I was saying with positionals. So typically how I might just do this normally. Typically I try to keep it snappy. This. I still can, so let's say this would be positional Y. Then we find the left eyes. Positional Y. Must not hit enter on the other one. Or else I renamed something and it's going to be bad later. Either way. So let me find eyeball Y. We'll say it snaps down like this. And flips over Y0 like that. That looks alright, and it'll look fine, I think, with the eyes closing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay. Whoops. Wrong one. There we go. And then we'll make a param X on top of these, and everything will be fine. Minus 401. Oh no. Minus 0.401. Okay, so these are quantized. And now I'm going to add the X parameter. On quantized, quantum mechanics was like, where did they get quantum from? It's such a sci-fi, far out there name. It's literally shorthand for quantized, which means, you know, like integers, nothing continuous. Real funny. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to go full on this, but let's see. So, that's like moving one. Let's move it two. Like so. And we'll flip it across. And then I think for like the outer edges at 8. It'll stay like that. And then for all the way over, let's bring it to like right here. Human eyes don't quite do up and down a lot. Oh, why is it disappearing? Oh, because we don't have the ends. That's why. Boop. I mean, we're for looking in all directions, but we can't quite look as far up. We just move our head. Minus 0.801. Minus 0.401. 0.401. 0.801. Okay. Oh yeah, we probably should have derived arm lift. Arm lift. Arm lift. And we are going from 0 to 1 because we are starting at the bottom. Speaking of which, let's do that. Arm group toggle. Turn them all to 0. The Ina has no arms. From here to here, 100. Actually, let's make this from -1 so I can balance it properly. Yeah, that'll do. That's the ticket. Okay, so 0 to 1. This will be like that. It'll be turned off like this. Then the edges. Cinch it shut. This is the one that's going to be a little different. And we'll say at 5 it changes over. There are some problems of the right eye standard. Oh, okay. One second. I can fix that. I don't know why it's yelling at me. Right eye standard has been deleted. There are some problems with the output mask. Please set the output of the used mask. If the masks are... ID list of masks have problems. The clipping source has been deleted. Description none. Okay, let's just completely delete that. Okay. Then we could just put it back onto right eye again. Boop, boop. Cool. Good to go. Now what was I? Lifting arms for uppies. Clearly. The ultimate goal. Okay. That's fine. Let's put the endpoints on there. So, 0.001, 0.501. Awesome. Now for the last one. So turn on here. Set here. Oh, this is going there. Okay, well, let's see. There we go. Wrong side. .501. There we go. Now she has a little bit of movement. Probably should have like moved hand up slightly, but I say. I have enough stuff to work with today. Okay. I want to stand up for a second just so I can stretch. Let's see how this looks moving. Not bad. Be right back. As I judge you. Okay, I think it is looking pretty good. Things I do have to get into here is the hip sway and a little bit of the hair physics, which is going to be some of the more painful ones, but we'll get there when we get there. So let's just pick the next biggest one, which is the hip sway. Okay. And that's primarily, let's start here. Lower torso. And we didn't actually split this up as I thought I would. So, okay. Let's start with the middle. So that is going to be 3 to 3. And then it's going to turn off. Okay, so that means, and I'm going to be tricky with this, that these, let's turn it off, are going to be like from 3 to something else. So I'm going to say 7. That sounds good. But wait, I'm not doing it on both sides. What? Actually get that up there. So turn it on. Shut this like so. And turn this to negative 0.701. And negative 0.301. And then I just take the right one. And I go, oh no, I made a mistake, reflect it. And now it goes from left to right. You can't see it, but I'm going to do the same thing to this. So we take 7, like so. Turn it off at this point. Okay. Minus 0.701. Oh no, it was wrong. I wasn't totally using this to skip mirroring it later. Okay, so whoop, whoop. And because we have that set up, we could do the same thing with the legs. So, leg group. Turn them all to 0. Ina does not have legs for the next 5 minutes. That's because we can replace them with tentacles. What are those legs for? You can have 6 more. Point 3. I don't know why it's happening. Oh, it's probably trying to snap to like one of the adjacent ones, which is annoying. Okay, and then we do the mids. Same idea. As we did before, because trickiness works. This isn't like as extreme as I'd like it or whatever, but I just wanted a little bit of movement on this. Usually I want to follow, I bring them up, but I always enjoyed how much movement Idol Corp had their first wave and like second wave of girls. That was like some nice movement to me, and I try to replicate a little bit. But not all characters are sassy enough, and Ina isn't a sassy one, but the little chibi gives me an excuse for it. Okay, and then we go, oh no, this should be flipped. Oh, this is backwards. No? Yeah, this is backwards. I have them backwards. Okay, let's reflect this. And let's reflect this. And then change their names. The ID doesn't matter because I'm not masking anything to it. I mean, I could change it, but nobody's paying me. Okay. Save this out. Storage. Model. I apologize. But I wanted to be high resolution today. Hasn't everybody wanted to see a high resolution script? Okay. Now then, so we have that. I need to put some of these things because I wanted to have some up and down. So the body has to be all put together. It truly is glorious. Okay, let's get all the head stuff into the head. Including all the stuff behind the head. Okay, that means getting the eyes as well. Oh no, I lost it all. Ah. Okay, this is head group. Nope, I need to get these in here. Okay. So I have this, I need to have upper body group, which isn't that much to be honest. I only like... Okay, I was scared for a second. And arm groups gets included in there. Body group. Okay. And this will be position. I have a positional. Group. Positional. X. And let's say when body moves beyond 2. 2 seems like a decent number to go with. We move over a pixel. This kind of messes with things. Oh, well. We could just say it's... fabric moving and all that. Anyways, motion mirror it across there. That's fine. Cinch it off. Fine. Minus 2 point... yeah, it is 2. It's rare that I'm working with a number this big. Okay, so we have that. And then we have the upper group. Or top. And this can like move on the 5s. So, boop. I might have to go in and fix this, but it'll do for now. One second. Oh, this is under model, art mesh, or art, no. There's a revert to origin on here somewhere. I always forget it. Deformer, texture, art mesh, edit form. I think it's under here. Yeah, revert to origin. Okay, there we go. That was an accident. Why is this off center? Well, it doesn't matter too much. Okay. Motion. Okay, cinch this shut. Minus 5.001. 5.001. So now we have this much wiggle. Why is it being so off? Okay. Yeah, this is like one off to start with. Something tinky. Okay, we're going to return all these to origin. Okay. Did I pull this over on accident? Probably. Revert to origin. Edit form, revert to origin. This is just a full one-off for no good reason. Okay, I must have grabbed something wrong on accident. Okay, let's get back to this. Once more with Augusto. So we do this on the 3. For that we mean slightly off the 3. Okay, we have this selected. We're on a keyframe. Move that pixel over. Okay, we motion it across. Go into here. And then add these keyframes to the end so it doesn't throw a fit. What's going on here? Okay. Something's being a bit weird, I don't know what. Because that was a full pixel movement, so okay. Yeah, you can yell at me all day long, but... yeah, that shouldn't be covering up that, right? What's going on with this? Edit form. Revert to origin. Once again, this is not lined up with the middle. Because this is like supposed to be... no, okay, this is the proper spa. Oh, wait. There we go. I was getting confused because of that, but I'll have to check to see if that actually does break stuff. It shouldn't, because it should stop like right at the edge of all that, but we'll see. Reset to default. Commonly useful. Okay, so... Oh my... I right-clicked in the middle of that, so I screwed up something. Yeah, I'll have to fix some of this up, because that's a bad right there. That's an easy fix. I just go in here and change the texture so that one is now, you know, gray. Okay, flip that across. That's weird that this is slightly over. I think it's because of when I originally made it. Oh well, I've messed up some things, but it'll be fine. Yeah, this is all making sense now. Okay. I don't like how this doesn't feel centered. Okay, now it's centered. Okay, now for Ina head. Head expositional. Let's say at 9 and 15, or at 9. We will... I have no good... Oh, here we go. There we go. Flip horizontal. Do I want one more? Of course I want more. 21 and 21. One more, please. Is there any... There we go. And we will flip that. And now we go through this painful process. Negative 21.001. Negative 9.001. 9.001. 21.001. And I think it'll be funny if I move the eyes over a pixel at the most... How should I put it? Furthest one? It'll give it a bit of parallax, a bit of a nice face X. Let's call it that. Just a bit of movement because I don't have much outside of that. So at this point, it will move over one more pixel. mirror it across. Even though it doesn't do much of a rotate, it is. As long as it's swallowable, and it looks like it is, good enough. Negative 21.001. Okay. Now then. Well, I suppose I would sail onto rigging hair, which is going to be fun. The base one is unneeded. Hair. Hair lower. How am I going to do this? I guess in the extremes. That's how I'm going to do it. Okay. Hair segment 1. Hair segment 2. Hair segment 3. I'm just going to use an 8-thing pendulum. 4. Hair segment 5. Hair segment 6. Hair segment 7. So, hair back is now getting a friend. Hair 1. Param hair 1. Replicate. Edit hair 2. Nice, it increments it for me. Edit. Oh no. Replicate. Edit. Hair 3. Replicate. Edit. Hair 4. Replicate. Edit. Hair 5. Replicate. Edit. Hair 6. Replicate. Edit. Hair 7. Okay. Let's get to work. Okay. Right here. Okay, like that. Flip it. Then pinch it shut. Okay, once again, on the 5s. Okay. Something like that. This is going to be the most tedious part. I knew it was going to be a problem. Okay, there we go. Okay, you're up here. Okay, that looks about right. Yep, that's right. I mean, it's going left, but it's right. As opposed to going right and being right. Okay, and where am I now? I am here. Oh, this one's going to be slightly off. Okay, so what I'm aiming for is that pixel. Okay, I think that's about right. Okay, boop. Nope, too far. Oh, you're... Okay, I can actually use the arm as a measuring stick. There we go, that's a pixel over. All hail the single pixel. You say it's worthless until you're missing a pixel on your screen. Then it's the biggest thing you've ever seen. Okay. I don't even know if this effect's going to be good. Okay. There we go. Almost done. Oh, this should be on 2. Good thing I caught that. That'd been concerning. Okay, last one. Okay, and I could just like sit down here and go like, woo, look, pixels line up. I don't have to look at it that hard. Amazing. Okay. Anything else I want? I want some body up and down, so... Top body position Y. And this is going to come later. Either way. I'll go on the 5s again, because that seems like good. Okay, where can I... Okay, let's go back here because I mucked something up. Boop, boop. Look vertically. Everybody's happy. Cinch this. I guess this actually should be... Yeah. Yeah, because that's purely the head. That's fine. More movement is good. Only in very specific cases it'd be worse. Okay. Top body Y. So this can go on like the 3. Control Shift copy, paste. Okay, when these match up. Awesome. I don't actually think this could flip up properly. There's going to be like a gap somewhere. Nope, there isn't. I thought there'd be a gap. Oh yeah, because I made sure that they overlap by 1. Okay, I'm fine. That's fine. That should be a 3, not a 0. Okay. That's set. And now for this... let's just go like purely for the lower torso. Main body Y. This can go up and down 1. Okay. So we're going to half this. And then we're going to flip it. And then we're going to say like out at 6. We're going to go down at final pixel. Really going down. Okay, and then we pinch this off. So 1 and 6. Nope, that's not the right button. I want to adjust it. So negative 6.01, negative 1.001, 1.001, 6.001. Okay, and the only thing that I have left is I want the head to also move on its own. Head Y positional. Probably spelled that wrong. Don't care at the moment. Okay, let's set everything to default. Cool. So, 9 sounds cool today. Okay, so move this down 1 pixel. I think this is going to be a instance I can actually go another step. So let's put 21 in there. 24. And I can just check that. And there we go. Yeah, there's no disconnecting head or anything. You could say that the neck... Yeah, you could see the neck. So, cool. Adjust. Negative 21.01. I really don't think there's any secret sauce in the numbers. It's all just looking at it and winging it. There are some things I know you could like do a lot more mathematically and get it to work. Okay, now for giggles. Nope, I guess I'm already doing that with this. Okay. Give this a save. Let's get into the physics. The only physics... Well, there's two things. There's going to be hip, which I'm just going to wrangle it mostly from angle Z, which is head lean, which I'm going to interpret as that, and body Y. And they're both going to be angle based. Body is going to be like 60% of it. The other 40 is going to be coming from that. And we're just going to add a standard old 20. We're going to set shaking duration to about 4.4. We're going to set its angles to negative 45 and 45. And then the output is going to be hips. It's going to be flipped as well. So, go this way, hips go that way. Convergence is going to be 1.5. Okay. And as for hair physics, it's going to be the standard sort of hair physics. We have that. We're going to go over the input. The only thing that's going to change on here is body Z is my lean towards the computer. So actually, angle Z isn't going to be used at all in this. So chuck that. Usually I would keep it. Okay, so we're going to add hair short. 1, 2. Okay, I guess I could just duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now watch this. Once I go into here and I hit add and I go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to push these all down 1, so this is going to be oh, I guess I didn't have an 8. That's fine. Okay, I guess we can can this one. Now, let's see it work. That's some physics. Okay, we're going to tone this down to like 0.75 for all of these. Possibly even make these longer. Let's say 5. I think the convergence needs to be taken down to like 0.8 to give it a second to breathe. So right now it's trying to go as fast as possible to converge to its... come on, just let me copy paste numbers. Okay. That's a lot better. Not great, but a lot better. Let's bring this shake down. I know they have a 20 thing. I might just try that next if I'm not getting anywhere I like to be. Yeah, okay. Into the void. That's fine. Okay, and then we take from this on down, throw it into the void. There we go. Okay, how does this look? It's staying rather still. I think I'm going to have to like get this up to like 40 to get any wiggling in there. I might have too many divisions, honestly, for it. Oh well. It was a worthy try. It only increased that one. Either way, okay. I don't see any issue besides like the little pixels right there for the few seconds. Yeah, this one might have actually been a lot better if I had done it full on warping and all that. But I wanted to try the sprites. It does have some thoughts of like can do later for like literally baking in some of the lake stuff instead of trying to adjust it after the fact. Okay, I think we're going to call it good. As per usual, the mouth holds up. Especially with all the options I have on it. Oh, eyebrows. I forgot about those. That's an easy fix. Okay. And then we get right eyebrow. Say at the 4s. Go down 1 pixel. And then horizontally. Negative 0.401. 401. Don't know if I want to have like the hair wings move, but either way. Sorry, just looking at for issues. Everything seems pretty good. Any problem I thought on there is still pretty minor. This could be better, but it is what it is. Anyway, I think it's pretty much done. I just have to think of an animation to put it into. And I can call it a day. So, thank you for joining me on this. Not quite as long as I thought it would be, though not as fast as it possibly could have been. I'm pretty surprised on how little doubling the resolution actually affected things. I could have possibly taken more time and added more sub shading and all that, but the end result is pretty good. It gave me a little more. Honestly, I thought I'd get more room out of the eyes, but I didn't, which is surprising. I got more room out of everything else. The legs are always a problem. Weren't too bad this time around. But yeah. Could have done more with the hair wings, but they're not a thing I've worked on too much. I'll just say that, leave it at that. Because I think this would have to like move forward a little bit. This would have to flare out. I might have been better off just doing each individual feather and then trying to figure out a good rotate for them. The hypnosis works well enough. I thought it'd be a lot more janky, but yeah. Is there a pixel? I think it was just from it being like that looked odd. Because it is odd. Oh, wait, you can actually see straight through that. Or we got a stray purple from somewhere. Oh, no. Well, I'll go and fix those and I'll probably do a post, but I'm going to call it good for right now, and I'm going to go do some other things. I was thinking of also doing these, but it didn't come to that. Anyways, thank you for your time. And I'll see you next week for who knows what. Maybe more of this sort of thing. Maybe more something else. But for right now, I'm saying that's done. Have a good time, everyone.